Hello and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. I'm Luce, and right now I am in the in-room for the Dawntrail area, and holy crap, this is my favorite in-room so far. It's just such a relaxing resort. I still need to... oh, right. There. Can't believe I forgot to do that the other night, but oh well. As you can see, I've been reapering it up. Reaping, if you will. Some others. Last time... Bayside Marketplace, got it. Last time, we finally stepped foot on the new terrain, the new continent, and are acting as bodyguard to Woklamat in her claim to become the leader of this new country. However, her rivals are much more accomplished in more direct methods. The greatest soldier, the greatest hero, well, winner of a tournament, actually. I don't think they've actually done anything heroic, but whatever. And the greatest scholar. However, she's got her charisma for her, as we've learned, because while the others excelled at each challenge so far, they only excelled at the challenge as was written. She's been succeeding at the challenges in their spirit of the challenge. Success of others. Mezcal marinated swamp monk. Tender swamp monk thighs soaked overnight in mezcal, then grilled over an open flame. I swear, they always make the descriptions the most delicious things ever. We've now won keystones from both the Feat of Reason and Feat of Gold. Sure, that means our approach to the contest is the correct one? So it would seem, by continuing to retrace Gulal's journey as presented in the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn. Then let's visit the Giants next. Like Corral said, the fact they were searching the Golden City could mean they know something useful. The home of the Yokois in the upper reaches of Rokopaka. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we'll have to take the long way around through Ozamuka. This route will bring us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we'll need all the keystones eventually, it makes them to pay them a visit since we'll be passing through. So we'll call the Moblins first then. Let's head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. The flight of Wee Wingless, the great stairs leading to the settlement, collapsed in the storm. Oh, what are we to do then? Darn, I haven't unlocked flight in that area, or I'd just fly us up there. There's an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until ready, you can rest the cabin, see more of the city, whatever you prefer. I had a good cabin rest for now, so I'll see more of the city, I think. Just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets to our destination? Of course, who do you take me for? As your guide, I'll see the arrangements. Oh, it's probably gonna be more alpacas up the mountains cliffs. She was pretty bothered by him before, but I think we're in a lot better shape now after all that, so I think she'll be fine. Well, it seems we have some free time on our hands. Let's make the most of it. I could use seeing more of the city. Need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty badly when it took a swing of Bakul. That reminds me, I never got around to introducing you to Ropley, did I? He's the man in charge of Wakumeki. A good person, I know. Want to come along? Sounds good to me, I'd say. Let's go then. Now, and I was tempted to joke that warriors are so overpowered they can heal DPS and tank, but well, in the hands of a Reaper that's actually good at the game and not me, there's no possible way any of the tanks can keep up, even if they're at their peak. So while the meme about every job as a DPS in this game is true to an extent, if you want the highest possible numbers, you're gonna want the damage. You're absolutely gonna want a dedicated DPS. But yeah, I think I might have mentioned a bit, but at the time launch here of the launch of the early access, I guess, since at time of streaming this is still early access, you know, to date the VOD. There's some healers attempting to go on healer strike, since the regular content was so easy, people have cleared it without healers. As shown, I don't know, though, as shown by when our tank left us in a couple streams back when I was leveling Pictomancer, I actually think we probably could have done that just fine if me and the ninja had been swapping our shields, because I was playing Picto, and Picto has a shield just like Reaper here, for that matter. So once you can survive the tank busters, you can probably keep things going, especially since they were a white mage, and therefore have some very strong raw healing available. Regular dungeons I don't expect to be too difficult, but then again, I'm at level 91, which is when our first dungeon's gonna be, so I guess I'll eat my words, won't I? Ready? The markets of Wakumeki are to the east, on the other side of the Bayside Bevy. Wakumeki is everything Tuliole was built to be. I do appreciate, don't get me wrong, I do get what the healer strike is all about and why people are doing it. It's because they want healing and stuff to actually matter, which means dungeons will actually be difficult. But at the same time, once you beat a dungeon once, you'll usually just farm it for either gear or to level up a job. Like, if I get to the 91 dungeon, I might do it as both Reaper and Picto, just to see how it plays. But, oh, what does the walk have to say? Auntie's Tacos. This is Auntie's Tacos, named for the owner here, the lovely T-Sol. If you're after the best tacos, this place sits at the top with a love Thai. You say that, Third Promise, but you only ever eat Brock Vu's food. Come by mine for a change. Sorry, it's been a while. I still will stop by once the contest is over. Hello, Ropley. Good to meet ya. Looks like you're gonna be in charge of the crafting stuff for this expansion. Makes sense. My, the Third Promise. How might I assist you this fine evening? Well met, Ropley. I need to buff a nasty nick out of my axe blade. Yes, been tripped quite terribly. Trying to cleave the rocks again, were we? Something like that. Yeah, it's probably best to avoid saying, oh yeah, I got into a fight with one of the other candidates, because even if he started it, yeah. Thinking... Yeah, that would just make things more complicated than it needs to be. You stand among Troll's most prodigious gathering of artisans and ask this question? 'Tis child's play. We'll have it repaired for you in 2 shakers of alpaca's tail. Good to hear. I'll leave it in your capable hands. And who's your companion, if I may ask? This is Coda, the great adventurer I recruited from across the salt. I'm gonna scare the piss out of everyone once I start using my Reaper powers. Maybe I should be Picto more, just because that's a lot more awe-inspiring than terrifying. Then again, maybe they should be scared. I thought I brought him here to meet you, actually. Thought he might have reason to visit here sooner or later. And allow me to introduce myself. I'm Ropley, humble representative of the Grand Center of Trade. A pleasure to meet you, Coda. Well met. You there, stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. I've seen that man somewhere before. It's gonna give me a choice to try and remember. No. My character does in fact remember. Oh yeah, he was on the ship with us. Yeah, I remember that person. They were on the ship. The jewelry maker you met on the voyage over. Oh, I remember. I spoke with him too. Argentine? Yes, that was his name. You've been loitering like a flighty admirer. Can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it then. Why are you here? That is to say. Yeah, if you're... I know it's not easy, but in situations like this, you need to go out with it, or just... Well, I guess running away is also an option. We're no closer to solving that enigma. I wonder if he could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know by link pearl if you find him first. Yeah, I think I have some idea what's going on with him, but... Our nervous man of mystery flies westwards, never to be seen again, perhaps? If he's the same guy that I'm pretty sure I know he is, I don't think he has anywhere else he could possibly be going. Pretty big city. It feels big, that's for sure. And because the expansion's still new, we're gonna see a ton of people around, so it's gonna feel busy too. I guess it'll be a lot more empty come next expansion, like how Charlene was significantly less populated, but I guess we'll see. Plus that's a couple of years away still. There's no need to worry about that for now. We can concern ourselves with problems as they arrive. Alright, let's take a look here. It could be any number of these places. And we already know that there's a lot of story cutscenes here, so I can't just follow the trail of players in cutscenes. It would be nice to have my mount here, especially with how huge the area is, but I can understand why not. Ooh, while I'm here, I might as well do this. Actually, let's do it as Picto for the XP. High Tide Harbor. Due to the abundance of reefs on the Tuliolol's coastal waters, marine visitors are forced to anchor their ships out at sea and board smaller vessels to make a safe landfall. The harbor's name is no idle promise, as even boats as shallow drafts can be caught on rocks when the tide is low. Oh my. A lot of the more glowy armors are from certain raids, or some might even be from Eureka or Bosjan, now that I think about it. Actually, I think the Eureka ones are the glowy ones. I don't remember if Bosja had one. As I've mentioned before, I did not do Bosja very much. Dang, Crystal Bear. More people who have been around since the 1.0. For better for worse, I'm afraid... Ah, there he is. I'm afraid I never played the 1.0. Right. Hello, I am Death. I'm just here to say hi. You conversing with Master Ropley. We've met before, haven't we? You know, on the ship. Alright, I found first. You found him? Good, I'll be right there. Why'd you run off like that? Do you have business with him or not? Please, you needn't concern yourself with my affairs. I'm undeserving of such attention. What are you going on about? I beg of you, do not ask me to explain. Do not. Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend right now. Oh, you're too kind. So be it. I suppose I could share with you a morsel of my misery. Before I came to Tuliol, I worked at a goldsmith, the most prestigious jewel maker in all Voldaw. Esteems aesthetics. Oh, it started off well enough, but as days passed, everything went wrong. Compare the masterpieces, my products were lacking. Mediocre, alas, all crippling doubt possessed me, and any veneer bravado I tried to put forth cracked beneath its weight. Unless did I take ship hoping of fresh begun new shores, yet as you witnessed, I lacked the courage to even approach a potential employer. You stand before a man wallowing in the wreckage of his ill-spent existence. Oh, you offered a morsel in service for a course. You must have really wanted someone to hear your story. If you'd like, I could try and give you a few words of advice. Oh, you have experience in my predicament? Feeling terribly inadequate compared to your undeniably superior peers? Yes, actually. Well, when you put it that way... Right. Because the first promise is the greatest soldier, and the second promise is the greatest scholar. And she doesn't realize the value of her charisma. Not me, I'm Wuklamat, the third promise of Tuliolol. Daughter of the Dawn Servant. Oh, of course, you remember a little family. Please, excuse my presumptuousness. What of you? Have you ever measured your work against that of your colleagues and found yourself wanting? On occasion, yes. If even an ally handpicked by the third promise can feel such doubt, hope is there for me. I must question why I bothered in the first place. Yeah, even if I'd said no, he said, see, I don't have that problem. Looking back, it was my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles upon the faces of clients. I admired him deeply for it. In the course of striving to be a great goldsmith, I lost sight of my original motivation. All I ever wanted was to spread joy through my craft, as he did. Well, the merchant people do appreciate people who spread joy on both sides of a deal. Perhaps I will give this one last try. Thank you both for reminding me what's truly important. Yeah, sadly, any answer we'd given him would have made him feel down, but unfortunately I also know precisely what that is. Like, you've ever seen the Cowardly Dog episode Perfection? What was it called? You know what? I'm looking it up now. Yeah, it's just called Perfect. You know what I'm talking about. That episode resonated with me far better than it really ever should have. It's amazing how creative your mind can be when it wants to remind you how inferior you are. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. But yes, I'm glad to see he's giving himself another chance. For all Tirali. She wonders how Fontaine's getting it. I can't help but wonder if Fontaine will fall through. Let's see if he's actually gone through with it. It's probably good to keep an eye on him, I'd agree. It might be easier to just teleport on over to Wachimeki. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to pronounce any of these correct at any point ever in the stream, so I'm going to apologize ahead of time. I'm in the middle of it. Unlucky rabbit. A lot of these minions are actually quite... Oh no, I think Bacon Bits might be... No, it's not from the Pixies, because that's the Wind-Up Pixie. Yeah, finding weight here is just from doing faction reputation grind quest. Anyone can honestly do it. It just takes about a month to max out any reputation, and you only have so many reputation points per day. So if you're starting from absolute scratch, you have to prioritize numbers. Our lurkers seem to change man. I'm not sure even it is the same man. You can do this, my friend. Just kind of come, but no, needn't worry. I found my courage. Still good to confirm, if only to see if you needed help. Pray accept my apologies for my earliest behavior. My name is Paul, and I'm a goldsmith from Ulda in far away Eorzea. I realize this is a boulder quest, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here if you'd have me. I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creations. So that's what this is about. You're looking for work? Yes. Consider yourself hired. We're always in need of skilled craftsmen and women. I'll handle the necessary paperwork. Can you start tomorrow? Yes, of course. I must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. I don't know if I was all that helpful. Oh, but you were. Had you not come to speak with me, I would not have had the moment of much-needed self-reflection. The arrangements have been made. Come meet me at the entrance of High Tide Harbor. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you have my axe ready, Ropley? Ready and waiting. Behold the sublime touch of Wachimeki assassin? Artisan? Not assassin, although there's probably some assassins around. Namely, me once I start working for him. Oh, it's sharp and deadly as the day I held it. Thank you. Oh, good luck to you. Let me know if doubt creeps back in. I'll help you talk you out of it. As for us, we should head to the harbor. Wouldn't want to keep Erenvel waiting. I think the rarest minion is actually, yeah, it's Morpho, since that's a rare drop from a dungeon. Very old dungeon. And it's a hard mode one, meaning it's not plot required, so people only do it nowadays if they get it on a roulette or if they unlocked it at all because they wanted to. Oops. I wonder what Erenville's alternate means of travel is. Let's see. Oh. I want to re-examine Tuliolo's saga. Should we continue apace, we should come face to face, or rather knee to knee, face to knee, with the enormous Yokoi. I'm told some of them tower over even the hulking Gulul. All that waiting's making me hungry, so I tried a taco from both of these two. I think I prefer T-Soul's spicier flavors. I wandered through the Bayside markets and found earrings almost identical to mine. They indeed seem to be a common travel charm, just as Moblu described. So it's not the earring itself that's important, is what I'm getting out of that. Enough with the secrecy. What's this big plan of yours? Look there. That is my big, quote-unquote, big plan, quote-unquote. Ooh. Is that a manatee? What is that? It's a puninity. She'll be pulling our boat upriver. How do we know she won't thrash about and sink us instead? They're gentle and timid creatures for the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss unless you give her a reason to. I get the sense Wokelmod isn't that great with animals. First alpacas, not punities. We're relying on a lot of animals for this journey. We should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guide, then. But it'd have to be my old nemesis, another boat. Well, I took you for someone who was up for a challenge. Was I wrong? He knows how I get to her. Long ago, when fighting still raged between the clans, the inhabitants of Kazamuka rowed these riverboats to move swiftly through hostile territory, but the vessels sealed used with Turl now at peace, so I was able to borrow one of the few which remain. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me the updrafts would make landing difficult. Seems like the water route's a safer one, then. No point in rushing it, at this point, at least. You said you borrowed one, but there appear to be several in the water. Oh, Kona! Kona! Ah, Lamati. Traveling up the river, I presume. Seems that way. Does that mean you've earned 2 already? I can't believe how well you've managed despite undertaking the contest alone. I was never alone. I've had my own entourage with me since the beginning. I had a feeling. My friends, it's been, well, not that long. Not that long. Tancred, you're Anjay. What are you doing here? Escorting a promise, the exact same as you. I've heard much of the incomparable Archons during my time in the Studium. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought we'd better recruit to my cause. I contracted the Scholarch, who arranged the introduction of these 2 gentlemen. The second promise had specific requirements that who would be his assistants would boast proven survival skills and mastery of the arcane arts. Thus did Thancred and I receive the summons. My own studies concentrated technology, which our people could readily use, such as inventions born of magitech and clever engineering. Where magic is concerned, I covered only the foundation. Knowing you two, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job as well. A few. The nation of Tuliolo spans an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may plunge into instability once more. Ever have we striven to preserve the peace? Where is our place if not here now? We did our due diligence, of course, and made sure of who we were working with before agreeing to the endeavor. He's even more opaque than Uriandre at times, but... at least... That's quite enough of that. We'll be on our way. Wait, I have one question before you leave. Khan and Wokelmon are both vying for the throne. As Khan's entourage, does that mean you're resolved to defeat his opponents, including us? We're sworn to do all in our power to win the contest for Kana, even if it means competing against our own comrades. We intend to hold nothing back and expect you to do the same. Well, we won't disappoint you. I thought you were taking a boat. Even if you had been forced to travel on water, the others will be Doing the same. I'd rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge. No possibility of retreat. Oh, right. We could have that raft on the river fight cutscene that some... That's true, I can't stand boats. But I trust the route Erenvale has chosen for us. Leave the handling of Penudi to me. Should other wildlife attack us, however, I may have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away, as far from the boat as possible. Just leave it to me. I'll slice them up good. Then we shall remain on deck and stand guard, although it may be wise to have at least one of us split up with Erenvale just in case. I'd like to stay on the deck. I'm eager to put my Pictoman seat to the proof. I'd like any chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield. Then Krile will stand guard with Coda. Sounds good to me. Melee and caster makes for a good combo. Or we could both be Pictos, I guess. I'll keep Erenvale company then. With my blade, I can respond much more quickly to threats than Alphino. Thank you. If fight breaks out, I'll try to stay out of your way. And I shall endeavor to provide aid where needed. I can do that as well. Sounds like we got a dungeon then. That should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear and board the boat when you're ready. So this is our first dungeon. Let the hunt begin. Ah, so this is the dungeon. Our new regular duty's been added. Let's just see what everyone has to say. Should be a good opportunity to see how far my training's progressed. As Kawana said, once we're on the boat, there'll be little room to fight and nowhere to run. We must be prepared for all manner of threats. We can't stand here all day debating the dangers. We have a contest to win. Kawana decided the river route was too risky, but wonder how the other clans are planning to travel. We'll take this smaller boat to board the big vessel with impunity.
'Twould be a pleasure as always. 'Twould be a pleasure as always.
Oh, what can... Oh, it can also be DPS.
I won't let you down.
Huh. This is the only party I can really use. I see, so if you're tank, then Wook will go to DPS. If you're healer, Alphino goes to DPS. Ah, looks like he's gonna be the boss of this run, then. I like how hilarious my Reaper outfit is. There's a boat like ours up ahead. It could be Zaral, or is it Bakul? Forget who else is on the river right now. We have company. I still love how satisfying Reaper is. And I must say, I do like the change that, Plentiful Harvest gives you an ability to simply use the, you just simply using Shroud right away, with that rather than just giving me instant 50% gauge. Basically means I can't accidentally overcap. Oh right, I can't keep forgetting this. Right, I've been picked over so much I completely forgot I need to debuff foes. Oh good, she does know Fell Cleave. Well then she knows everything she needs to be a warrior. Murmuring some rain, it seems. It is but cool above us. Be ready ahead of us. Be ready for anything. Yes, yes, come closer. We have something for you. A gift courtesy of the Blessed Siblings. I've got a gift for you too. It's called Horrible, Horrible Death. Ideal host. Right, I keep forgetting to... Guess I need to run. I grinded so hard, I keep forgetting how I'm supposed to play Reaper. How silly me. I still remember my positionals, don't worry. It's not going to plan. We're gonna have to improvise. Yeah, you're gonna need something a lot tougher than that. The harness. Afraid of fair fights, you upriver if you make it that far. He's broken the boat. Crippling our boat was a cowardly move. Garenville, we're losing speed. I can't command the rapidity like this. The harness is broken. I'm sorry, we'll have to pull over to the bank. We won't be going anywhere until we make repairs. See if there's a route over land. We'll try to catch up to you later. People in chat are complaining that the tank's actually losing aggro. This is the mother of all impunity. It's huge. Everything. Ow. Oh, That's a bit more tricky than I was expecting. But it's fine. I can, as a melee job, I can actually take a hit or two. I can take at least one hit before dying. Against something like this, probably two. Maybe. I just have to be careful because I have a lot less magic defense than other jobs. Reaper basically, crap, this is no good. This is why I have my own mitigation. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Reapers and Dragoons have higher physical defense but lower magical defense than other melee jobs, so Monk, Ninja, even Viper have more even defenses. Might be able to kill it before without me needing a fresh stab, but I didn't want to risk it. Not the community the same way again. Maiming. Oh, that's one of mine. Oh, but it's probably... Yeah, it's inferior to the one I'm currently using. Unless it's already full. Yeah, mine's better in terms of the stat gains. Little mine shaft? Whatever it is, the path leads onward. Oh no, poor Kryl. Alfino has a revival spell, that's fine.
Thanks.
Oh, that was nice. A strange happenstance hath some misfortune befallen thy vessel. Apologies, friends. This seems to be taking the long way around. Such cheek! We'll have to find another way around. I certainly wasn't expecting to fight Gumi. Actually, since I'm playing Elden Ring next time I stream, I can even joke that these are all mimic tiers. But yeah, this is a really fun set piece, having to fight mimics of your party. Alright, we'll just do the usual way people handle these. Everyone fight your copy, and we'll assume whoever wins the real one. We will bother doing absolutely no investigating or anything like of the sort. Just, if you died, well, we got the better one out of the deal. Am I saying something that would appeal to Damien when I know Damien isn't even here? Oh, right, I forgot. Damn it. Should be single targeting now that we're down to 2, but, you know, who cares? Well, the good news is if they're here, despite us getting a head start, that means that we've got a good route. Drowsy. We can't simply sneak by, can we? Not likely. Drowsy dance. Watering the seeds with Ika. Ah, I see. They're gonna be rotating, aren't they? I knew it. Great. Oh my. Watch where the roots are facing. I think last time I actually speculated that Thankun Yarnju might be working for him. Either that or because it had to be either that or another unrelated faction we've yet to meet, because we already know for a fact none of the other two people competing would even bother something like that. Might have still overcapped on that. Whoops. There we are. Another victory for us. Out the tunnels we go. Let's press on. We're in Storm River. Then let's press on. Oh wait, I already did mark it. Okay, good, I am remembering slowly. Oh my, these other pumas were torn apart by these bigger enemies. These creatures were killed. Some territorial disputes? Looks like we've found ourselves the boss. Gods below, what was that? Some species of Vilekin. Well, there we are. Apex Predator Apollyon. Mapping the realm. It's the violet thing we saw earlier. My axe for a giant boot. Just heal, feeding on beasts has strengthened Apollyon's wing beats. Oh, you think you're safe, buddy? I've got a range attack too, I'll have you know. How do you do, fellow casters? Oh, if you're gonna do this, I got my own shield. Something after another. Oh, the other monsters are helping us. Its appetite is endless. Boy, isn't that a mood. The sand would have strengthened its forearms. It is evolving on its own rather than... Oh, that killed me. That's bad. I didn't realize I was gonna hit so hard. Oh, nice. It brought me right here where I need to be. Ugh, sucks not starting with anything, though. Oh, right. I forgot to post the alert for this stream. Whoops. Sorry about that. As you can see, I am only the most professional streamer who always remembers to give everyone updates of when I'm actually streaming. Oh, Trial gave me the buff at the most flawless possible time. mitigate this a bit, shall we? Yeah, I think those monsters are programmed to just die the moment he uses the AoE. Alright, here's the ability that killed me last time. I know it sucks for me, but I'm gonna have to ignore my damage dealing rotation until I can make sure I don't die to this. There we are. I can't use the limit break during this move. Now I can use it. Play dance time. There we are. Excellent. Haha! Feels good to finally be doing the cheer emote, the cheerful emote after beating a dungeon again. Enhanced and Shroud.
This is as far as we can go on foot, it seems. We'll have to head back and see about fixing the boat.
Guess not.
Hey! Everyone all right?
Hey, Allie, so in Aaronville we're able to repair it after all. I was worried we might not be able to catch up to you. Those caverns you traverse were dug by the Yokoi in their search for gold. Remnants of their excavations can be found throughout this region. Interesting. Well, I appreciate the lesson, O wise guide. Are we landing this boat anytime soon? Oh, I was hoping the river boating would be a lot different than ocean boating. Our river journey's almost over. For proof of that, you need only look ahead. I was kind of hoping we'd get to fight the, what's his name, Bakul. So that way, basically have each dungeon be fighting one of the candidates, but... The falls are impressive enough from a distance, but it's almost too much now. Yes, amazing. Now please let me off. No more boats. Are you? Oh, you're not alright. I should be surprised if she was. Even without nausea, we're all spent. There's a mountain shelter nearby, a resting spot for those who've ascended the stairs. I suggest we make use of it. That would be a welcome respite. We the strength for a short walk, Clement. We can rest along the way, too. Hello, 70, welcome to the stream. Ah, damn it all. A promise is meant to lead from the front, not mule and moan like a sick kitten. Pictomancer? I'm not playing it right now, but I'm playing Reaper right now, but I have been playing a lot of Picto lately. Actually, I might even do another dungeon run as Picto just to see how it feels. There. Oh, Clement. Reaper, yeah. Reaper was my main during Endwalker, and it might remain as such now, but I'm also doing a lot of Pictomancer, because Picto's a lot of fun. Ignore me, it's a nausea talking. I'm fine, really. Go on, lead. I'll follow. I don't actually play this game, was I? Well, I appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, Reaper is a melee job, and Picto is a caster. I've been playing a lot of those, but since the game lets you, well, max everything on a single character, I usually end up doing most of them. Very well, but if I might say one thing. Just because you're a promisor Clement for the throne doesn't mean you can't be seen to struggle. You needn't bear this burden alone, so please don't hesitate to talk to us. We're always willing to lend an ear. Oh, but Cryoli. Leaning on others is a skill that leaders need to acquire. Ah, you as well, Coda. I've always believed this is my problem alone. Perhaps you have the right of it. Alright, I'll talk about things. Just give me a moment to collect my thoughts. Of course, take as long as you need. I'll be waiting at the shelter when you're ready. Got spoiled on Twitter. Haley, welcome to the stream. And yeah, unfortunately, that's something that's probably going to be happening in the next few days. That's why I want to get as far as I can. It's also why I'm trying to avoid YouTube having any kind of history with my Final Fantasy 14 stuff. I've tried to make it entirely other games and such, so it won't accidentally recommend me something. Because you know how it is, there'll always be, it's always going to recommend you someone being all Dawntrail final boss, Sora from Kingdom Hearts or something like that, and then it has Sora's face, the entire thumbnail or something, you know, to get what... Juliola, I'll be happy to take you. Nah, let's not go back there. They're saying no one will get out of context. When you're halfway through the content, it's clear context. Yeah, that's the thing. We have to remember, this is even today, this is the last day of early access before the official release on the 2nd. So... As spoiler talk or Dawntrail word for muted. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's not hard to do that. I mean, some who actually do care about spoilers, like for Endwalker, the people who cared actually put thumbnails saying Endwalker final boss, big spoilers, and a big thumbnail that's just, you know, the splash art for the expansion, so that it's nothing people haven't seen before. Ah, yes, but I didn't... Yeah, I was gonna try that dungeon as Pictomancer to see how it feels. Oh, no. Yeah, I was doing some PvP with Picto again, because, you know, Picto is fun. Duty support. Insufficient item level? Oh dear. Okay, now I have the right item level. Ah, dang. Ah, crap, my item level's too low there. I like to retreat a couple hours. Yeah, I know. The reason people do those blatant spoilers is because And if you want to get attention, be it you Twitter, YouTube, whatever, you have to be the first person to do it, because, like, for example, YouTube only shows you the first 10 results for your search, and then everything else is just random BS. Well, not random, it's just basically stuff, either recommendation, their general recommendations, stuff you've watched before, things like that. Unfortunately, that also means, don't worry, I know where I can go in order to get my item level up high enough. Yeah. First person to make the same joke as 20 people. Yeah. And that's the thing, kind of have to do that, because anyone who actually tries to take the time for that, they're not going to be first, and by extension, they're not going to get any attention. What am I low? Well, oh yeah, the ring's the big issue here, so Tombstone Exchange, magic, casting ring. Oh, an earring. I should be able to afford an earring. Yeah, I can afford an earring at casting. There we go. 640, that should be enough. Ellie, I remind you I have of the candy beam emote now. This command's unavailable. Okay, I gotta find the quest that unlocks that later, but for now, duty support, here we are. We're gonna try this out as Pictomancer and see how this feels. Yeah, item level 630, I'm now good, more than good enough. Alrighty. We'll worry about that later. For now, let's see here. Alright, let's see how well Picto does here. Just like Kryl, double Pictos. Wonder what Wook becomes if you make her a DPS instead of a tank. Viper, maybe? That would be thematically appropriate. Right.
You cannot stop us!
Prep all my spells.
We mustn't hold back!
All my paintings come to life in the most literal way possible.
Hold still.
We're in for some rain, it seems. It sure would suck if someone threw something annoying at us right now. It is Baku. Be ready for anything. Yes, yes, come closer. We have something for you. Gift courtesy of the blessed siblings. The hammer. Just smash it with a hammer. Single target, there's only two. Well, that was easy. It's not going according to plan. We'll just have to improvise. See you upriver if you ever make it that far. Going on a boat was a cowardly move. Bell, we're losing speed. The harness is broken. I'm sorry. We'll have to pull over the bank. We're not going anywhere until we can make repairs. See if there's a route on land. We'll try to catch up with you later. We have to mend this damage. You can help me, Alice. This is the mother of... that's no good. Casters cannot take nearly as many hits. Shields up. Yeah, luckily the mini manatees aren't too tough. there. Painting powers have come through. Because the giants made these tunnels, this explains their great size. It's satisfying to smash these enemies with the hammers.
You cannot stop us! I have you!
Hold still.
Oh, right, that. Oops, I forgot to get that coffer. I can't go down? Are you kidding me? I mean, I could just die and that would teleport me back down, I guess. Some misfortune has befallen. The invisible wall's there before it even drops. Well, I guess if I wanted to get that chest, I could just die. Guess I'll die. need to die to this guy in order to get that chest. Alright, this will smash me in half. Oh no, that's single target. Alright, this should kill me. There we go. Oh, they're much bigger now. I know I really shouldn't be putting all this much work for a simple chest that probably doesn't even have something my class can use, but at the same time, maybe it is something that my class can use, who knows? Rich leaf tunnels. There it is. And of course it was a repeat. Granted, a Bracelet of Slaying is something I can use since Reapers use those.
Try this!
Alright, what I'm getting out of this, by the way, is that Kryle does not use the limit break. drip. Grants the white paint. XX. This is gonna be fine for now. My paints. Whoops. Palm motif. Hammer motif. As well, instead of
Hold still.
You cannot stop us!
that's a funny casting pose. Use up my starry sky when we're so close to the boss. Coffer here. having a caster means I can freely dodge this stuff and still hit him. Paint. Under 3 sounds annoying. I definitely can't be castable while moving like this. Ow. Alright, there we are. That could have been worse. Phew, that was a little rough. I'm gonna grab a sip of my drink while I'm warping, so give me a moment, please. Alrighty, there we go. I ran my face right into those boxes, didn't I? long felt I could never tell anyone that I was confused or hurting. That admitted weakness brings shame to Papa's name, but if you're willing to listen, then there are things I'd like to talk about. Oh, come on, let's catch up to the others. $642. Oh yeah, those painters' bottom shoes are probably what's holding me back more than absolutely anything else. Whoops. Well, yeah, those are way lower than anything else. I'm actually kind of surprised they added artifact gear for 90, but I'm glad they did. I don't think Reaper had any such gear. I'd have to double check though. Oh nice, I got a ring that's an upgrade. Now that I've decided to share, I feel so nervous. This are the region so different from where the Hanu live. The striking colors of the vegetation alone. This place is called Many Fires, so the constant stream of peddlers and travelers make camp here after climbing the stairs. Seems like a cozy spot for Wooklamut to let her guard down. I know it can't be easy for her. Well, I should probably also attune to the Aetheryte before I do anything, because, yeah. We should stop here for the night. I understand the desire to rush ahead. We need to recuperate from our punishing river adventure. Let's settle in. We'll need a cook fire, and there's meal preparation to be done. Here we are.
I've been meaning to ask, but how does one become the adopted child of the Dawn Servant?
I was but a ball of fuzz at the time, so I don't remember much. My earliest memories are of life in the palace. All I know is that I was born in Ikbrash, a village in Yaktel. But I've never bothered to return there. As far as I'm concerned, Ulul Jaja is my only parent.
I quite understand. I have no memories of my birth parents either. For a while, I wanted to learn who they were. But over time, that curiosity waned. Galuf was my dear grandfather, and he was all I needed.
So our situations were quite similar. Even though Papa already had a trueborn son, he raised me and Kona with no less love. One time, I'd wandered off alone into the forest and gotten lost. Before I became a meal for some beast, Papa dropped everything and came to my rescue. I was scared and sobbing and ready for a scolding, but the head of resolve praised me for surviving the ordeal. I did get my lecture from the head of reason, though. He went on and on about the dangers of the jungle and all the horrible ways I could have died. Growing up, Papa was kind and patient, but a tyrant when it came to training. Now, of course, I realize he was preparing me for my duties as a promise. For all the good it did. There's so much I failed to learn about my own country. Whether it's alpacas or Ihihana, I hardly know anything. I've lived such a sheltered life, yet convinced myself I understood Tural and its people. I don't have Kona's education, or Zoralja's strength. I'm all bluff and bravado, not fit to bear my title.
While it's true, can't measure success worth by the success of others, a big thing we should ask is, why do you want the throne specifically? Theoretically, you could have just joined up with
Why?
Kalana to push his through.
Because my father built a nation where everyone can live in peace. And I want to keep it that way. I think I see what you're saying. My reasons for joining the contest have nothing to do with my brothers.
Not exactly what I was going for, but sure, we'll pretend it was.
It's always been about the Turali and what I can do for them.
Yeah, she may not be the greatest soldier like the first to promise, or the greatest scholar like the second, but she does have the charisma. I've been saying that a lot. Well, it's true. She just isn't seeing it, or at least had trouble seeing it.
You said it yourself. How important it is to properly know something. To hear the voices of others, empathize with how they feel, and think how best to serve. In so doing, you'll come ever closer to being the person you wish to be.
I'm sorry, everyone. I've been a fool. From this moment on, I'll stop trying to be the promise I'm not. I won't feign strength to hide my weaknesses. Step by step, I'll learn all there is to know and love about Tulihyolal and my fellow Turali. It might not be the smoothest path, but it'll be a path of my own making. I will find the City of Gold for all of us, along with the answers you seek about your grandfather, Kryl. I swear.
Yeah, absolutely everything seems to come back to this golden city, whatever that is.
I appreciate it, Wuklamat. But you needn't take on that burden as well. Galuf Baldessian dedicated his life to protecting people from all manner of threats. As his granddaughter, I wouldn't wish to endanger others for the sake of a personal investigation. So let's just concentrate on winning the contest. We have a shared goal, and, if at all possible, I'd rather we enjoy the journey.
Hear, hear. We are companions on the same road, bound for the same destination. With our combined talents, nothing will stop us from reaching the Golden City.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
I'm glad Aaronville's also in a better mood after all that. He's just so stoic. Meanwhile, in the second Promises camp, that's Khan.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
They seem to be enjoying themselves. Are you sure you don't want to go and say a word to your sister?
Nay, there is no need for that.
Well, I can tell they don't have any animosity, but...
What of you two? Wuklamat's allies are your comrades. It must feel strange to be rivals.
Helping you has made us rivals, aye. But we're not about to break into fisticuffs over it. Unless, of course, it is a matter of winning or losing the contest. Then I'll have no qualms about putting Alizé on her rear.
Despite our long history, never have I been given the chance to test myself against our companions. The thought stirreth within me a most unexpected sense of competition.
Lamachi has surrounded herself with distinguished figures indeed. One of the Studium's finest graduates. The head of the students of Bardessian. And then there's Eorzea's vaunted champion. If he's half the hero you say, then the odds are stacked against us. Not that I've any intention of bowing out. Our time in Urkelpacha only served to strengthen my resolve. We saw how a single storm cut off the alpaca roots and threw my people's lives into disarray.
Alright, the part we were not present for, since...
Such uncertainties are why I advocate for the adoption of Sharlayan innovations, that Tuli Yolal might know greater stability and prosperity. Our nation can change for the better. And I will be the man to change it.
Well, it's a start. I imagine your experiences on this journey, all the things you'll hear and feel and think, will help you refine that approach. But to return to the subject of the rite, I'm a touch concerned by the condition for victory. The claimant who breaks the seal becomes Dawnservant, not the one who performed the 7 feats first.
Yeah, what stops them from simply going to the seal and smacking it first? Or stealing it from the others?
The would-be victor need only possess the 7 keystones.
So the point is to bring them into conflict.
That is correct. As the contest wears on, we must brace ourselves for greater conflict.
Yeah, especially the two-headed guy. I knew for a fact he was never going to be able to complete the keystone quest, but if there's a way to by design there's a way to bypass that, he's gonna take it. I guess technically speaking, we could still end up having a rival of sorts for this one, but then again, I'd rather they not overdo it. There's a reason Stormblood is considered to have a good rival and Shadowbringers doesn't. Granted, the Shadowbringers rival was better off as Thancred's rival, but I don't want to get too far.
Your rivals still lag behind. The second and third promise may have recruited competent lackeys, but none compared to you. How can they hope to compete with the resilient son? The only child ever sired by a two-head. Only the ignorant or foolish could fail to see that you were born to be Dawnservant.
Such titles mean nothing.
I neglected to mention. When I first heard the rumors that the contest involved the Golden City, I spoke in confidence with Gulul Jaja's inner circle. They all agreed on one thing. Whoever reaches the City of Gold will attain a power so great, it can dictate the course of history. If this power truly exists, then I humbly beg a fair share of it. Time is passing, and I would put my plans in motion without delay. The useless tool is cast aside after all. And just so there is no misunderstanding, you consent to this course, no matter who is made to suffer.
In battle, everyone bleeds. The Dawn's promise is no exception.
Interesting. Is he referring to his father or himself?
What better lesson to teach our people the folly of war?
I see. The problem is reminding people how bad an idea war is something you can only repeat so many times. Earlier.
I was hoping for a good scrap, but this bloated sack of bile was no challenge at all.
Well, it was an easy boss. I just was really
I
dumb.
wonder if the house cat is dead yet. Be ashamed to lose a plaything, but we'd still have 2 more.
If I may ask, Chosen One, what are your plans for Tuliolal after you take the throne?
Plans? What makes you think we care about all that? We care only about the contest and proving our superiority. That would surely please Mother and Father. Yes, and when we become Dawn's servant, we'll drive out the weakling masses and invite our king to live in the city. Fine idea! Our family deserves better than that rotten jungle. Back to it then. We must catch up to that one-headed pretender and remind him of the natural order.
I made it.
I thought we were missing someone. Where have you been?
Oh, I feared I was done for when I fell from the boat. Yet, somehow I made it. Oh, my arms, I can barely lift them. If I could just rest a moment.
You expect us to wait for you? Those who can't keep up will be left behind. My brother has spoken. March, or be fodder for the beasts.
But I followed the teachings. Everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed, all has been for the blessed seedlings. Wait. Don't leave me behind! I'm begging you!
Yeah, he keeps talking a good game about wanting to help his people who are stuck in the jungle and how might makes right, but he also has no problem turning against them the moment it becomes convenient. Hence why he says you need to stop being cowards, and then he immediately does cowardly actions. Let's see, Wooklamon more sure of herself. I'm glad we could take a moment talking things through. Wooklamon seems much happier for it. Doesn't matter if Wooklamon scared of alpacas or gets sick in the boats. It doesn't change who what that means for I have some experience with handling the pressures of leadership and crumbled beneath its weight, as you well know. If anything good could be said to come from my failures, I hope is my capacity to help others avoid similar mistakes. Being able to say those things brought me such relief. It's like a stone's been lifted off my chest and I can take a full breath at last. I don't want to encumber myself again. I want to be better, will be better for myself and my people. Yeah, it's clear the whole story is going to be revolving around promise for the people. I'm ready to move on. I guess it was obvious from the start, but it's clear by now that the story is going to revolve around Wooklamon learning what it means to be a leader, and hopefully what she can learn from the others, or at least Kana, so that she can improve things on top of keeping the peace here. But then again, I was working pretty hard. Because it does seem like the first brother does, in fact, have some good plans. It's just that he's going about it in a pretty extreme method. I deal with moblins all the time, so I figured I'd ask around on what kind of goods they're interested in. Market research, if you will. Leaking work. The moblin settlement of Earthenshire is not far, but be warned, the road is favored as hunting ground for bandits. With the stairs currently impassable, there'll be fewer travelers, meaning brigands will be desperate for victims to ambush. Although considering present company, I suppose my concerns are unwarranted. Bandits on the road, what have Zoral and Lanceguard been doing? It seems we'll have to up to me to restore to the area. And she goes on. Off she goes again. Oh, that angel brush. That's the artifact one. The one that's in the official artwork, basically. And off she goes. For now, we'll head west and aim for the bank of the second river. I was going to say that if what someone thinks of Wooklamott's probably going to make the biggest difference in terms of whether or not they like are going to like the story. But at the same time, I guess that's kind of true of every expansion. Like, if you thought Estinian was a brooding edgelord now and during Endwalker, you should have seen him back during Heavensward. He was one of the main NPC partners there, and he was just an asshole and other things on top of that before his character development, so if you didn't like him, you're probably not going to like the majority of the Heavensward story. Likewise, if you didn't like Lys or... yeah, and you might not like Stormblood. And of course, if you're one of those strange people who just straight up doesn't like Emmet, you're gonna hate Shadowbringers. Isn't? Bandits' lair is said to be near here, but I prefer we avoid seeking out trouble. Oh, I see. This is the river which feeds the waterfalls in Okami. Again and again, I'm struck by the majesty of the falls. It's difficult to comprehend the sheer volume of water this natural wonder possesses. I felt eyes on it several times we made our way here, though they did soon seem to lose interest. Well, where are these bandits? Apparently they're not foolish enough to attack a party of this size. Earthenshire is just a little further ahead on the opposite bank, but let's remain vigilant all the same. Ooh. Air current. Bird of Lagaka. I probably should have at least gone over here to unlock all the stuff. But I guess we might be back sooner or later, so... I should probably move the rainbow drip around. Oh, these have all been in the same area. That's neat. It genuinely has felt like 3 separate ones. Lesser Apollyon. Imperious. I guess we're gonna be going here fairly soon for whatever reasons, so let's head on over. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't notice it. He said, just all he announced was that the first one to break the seal would become Dawn Servant. Didn't say the first one to complete all the tasks and then open it would be Dawn Servant. Even as the Hano culture is distinct from Vanu, Mulbum Side is developed quite differently from that of their goblin cousins. Goodness me, it's like the entire village is made out of pottery. So this is Earthenshire. Oh, I see earthen because everything is made of clay. Not another claimant in sight. Does that mean we're ahead or behind? This is it, the village where the lay of pots and Tulioli saga. Where the lay of pots from the Tuliol saga. Wait, Earthenshire, Isleshire. Might be a simple similarity in cultural inclination, I wonder. The settlements themselves can be more different, though. The Shire appears to be custom built to resemble pots, while the other is a repurposed town. Oh boy, I wonder what Ganondorf's up to. Ah, welcome to Earthenshire. Do I have the pleasure of happy greeting Third Promise and her retinue? That's us. We're looking for the Dawn Servant's Elector, if you happen to know who that is. We're exchanging tum flaps with her right now. Ready Rock is the Elector you seek. Oh, that's helpful. We can cut straight to performing the feat. As much as Red Rock would like to do just that, we have a much more pressing worry. The storm that hit our village shattered the cliffs and dropped rocks in our brain cases. Many help hands for the Potsworn were injured. There's no time for feats or metal tests. I'm sorry to hear that. After lowering the storm did so much of the stairs, I'd feared you were caught in its path. Not to change the subject, what are Potsworn? Goldsmiths contracted to work with the Moblins. The word comes from the pot-like workshops where they practice their craft. The Moblins provide the Potsworn with tools, materials, living quarters, and everything artisans could possibly need. This allows them to concentrate on producing what's widely known as the finest gold and metalwork in Tyrol. Disappointation. This is unacceptable. I was promised no distractions. I don't think they can literally control the weather. This is the best they can. If this is the best they can offer, I never should have left Wakaraki. I must remember this person. You see, the Potsworn desert us without enough help. The help hands, we are failing to uphold our star of the pot pact. Should all of them leave, Earthshire will grind to a halt. We have to do something and do it soon. Then let's stand in for the injured helpers. It would give me a chance to learn more about your people in your village. If it brings us closer to beginning the feat, then all the better. This isn't strictly part of the contest, so I don't feel obligated to join in. Take a rest while you can. Don't feel obligated to join in. Well, of course I'll help. I was hoping you'd say that. I actually wasn't sure if I could do this on my own. We'll all help. I doubt any of us could just sit around and watch with the situation this place in. We'll take every help hand we can get. Rudderwalk swears that once the Potsworn have their perfect workshops again, we will commence the feat with all haste. You and the Third Promise help assist help hand Rakarok. You other four follow Rhetoric. There are other help hands in need of helping. I appreciate you pitching in. I meant what I said at the many fires. There'll be no more feigning strength, no more playing at the invincible promise. If there's one thing I've learned, it's how practiced you are at aiding those in need. And I mean to make the most of having such an incredible mentor at my side. Now, let's find this Rakarok fellow and see what we can do for him. Oh yes, the alpaca keep. Here we are. Let me just add them to the list of transports we can do easily. Attuned to Aetheryte here again. There's a handful of Aetheryte here, but it looks like there's a bit more Aetheryte here. But then again, this area is largely settled, so I imagine there's going to be a lot more here, but less in future areas. The Great Stairs collapsing really is a nightmare. Goodness knows when or how we'll be able to secure passage back, nor if there's any profit to be made at the end of it. I think I found our help hand. First we'll solve this problem, then we'll worry about completing the feats. Rakarok can't meet obligations without more help hands. Pot pack is broken and the pots are emptying. Excuse me, we're here to lend a hand to your situation. You've come to aid Rakarok. Rakarok accepts your hand lending and joyous feats. We can offer the Potsworn the promised good living. We might save the day yet. Whatever you need. Rakarok needs help with the Potsworn Kahi. What Rakarok needs is help hands to create good living for Potsworn Kahi. The Hellpan assigned was hurt during the rock rain, so Rock took over, but he knows nothing. What does he want? What does he need? Hellpans do not bother plots learn what straight task. Our Bob is observe and anticipate, to prepare things, guess think. Please guess think. Find out what is lacking so we can provide it. You can count on us. Guy is the only one of many in need of caretaking. We work through the night with no sleep and no rest, but there's too few of us to go around. This is where Kai works, is it? Let's take a peek inside then. Fellow Mistel, I see. That must be Kai. It'd be a lot quicker if we could just talk to him, but that's not the way they do things around here, apparently. We have to leave him be and try our hand at what this is called, thing called guess think, inspect. You may move the camera, zoom in and out. Alright, time to scan. Untouched meal. Barely touches meal. The best dish is meant to be eaten hot or it loses its flavor. Crafting materials. He has no shortage of crafting materials, so there must be something else that he's missing. Well, even if we count, yeah, even if we count what the issue is not, that's still progress, because that's something, a potential problem that can't be, worn goldsmithing tools. Those tools look pretty worn down. Maybe it's time for some new ones. It must be boiling, sitting so close to the furnace. There's no airflow to speak of. How could anyone work with that sifting heat? Alright, after taking a good look, I think I have an idea of what things Kai might want to improve working conditions. Let's head back outside and talk Ragnarok. Come on, let's share what we have observed. Oh, Cole, you made observations? What did you guess think? First off, I noticed Kai hasn't touched his food. An empty belly can't be good for his concentration. Perhaps the cooking is not his liking. Oh, but our food's very mouth-pleasing. Why wouldn't he want to eat it? Oh, but he's sure when it comes to his tastes. I can help with that. My brother Kana is also Hetsaro, and while everyone has their personal preferences, there are some they tend to share. Like an aversion to piping hot. If it was brought to him like that, he probably wouldn't have been able to eat until it cooled down. By the time he came back, he'd find it cold and unappetizing. Simple solution is to serve dishes that taste good at this. Whoa! Welcome, Thorn of Night. Looks like you're playing Minecraft. Alrighty. Welcome, welcome. We're in the middle of Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail expansion. So, we're just slowly working our way through the main story quest. Oh, that doesn't... Alright, hope you had a good, whatever you were doing in Minecraft. It's a pretty open-ended game, if I remember, so I can't, so I have no idea what you were doing, but hopefully it worked out. Simple solution is to serve dishes that taste good no matter the temperature. Would have never thought of that. Would the third promise mind explaining these things to our cook? Not at all, but I don't think that's the only reason he couldn't concentrate. It's our homeland is hot and dry, but even Kai seemed to be suffering in front of that furnace. The way you could cool down the workshop. Oh, try drafty shard. That would make us a lovely breeze. Do you know where I can get one of those? You can gather them from the shoals of no return. There are many old boats there, abandoned by those who gave up on their search for the Golden City. Suffering the Nether get resources to even start the game. Made a mod pack, so you start there and have to struggle to get to the overworld. Ah, so you have to go through a sort of opening area before you can get to the main game. That's interesting. Alright, so we salvage them for the Rex. Could you handle that for us, Coda? I can do that. Oh, and one more thing. From what I could tell, his Guy's files and saws and things were worn down. Maybe a new set of tools would be in order. Ah, right after too preoccupied with stocking materials. A serious oversight will rectify. Supplying good tools for good living is a help hand's responsibility. Then we have work to do. We can meet back here when our tasks are done. The shoals of no return are past the crags through the tunnel there. You should be able to spot a passage just outside the village. Don't worry, people return from there all the time. It's only the ships that don't. Vantage point. Let's see here. Wow, those are a lot of different colored trees. Those look pretty nice. Dakota, aren't you? What brings you out here? Oh, we're just helping with them before we get to the task. An issue with caring for the Potsworn. When they approached me with the same problem, I suggested they commission the artisans in Charlian. The quality of craftsmanship would be guaranteed, after all. But the Moblins didn't care for that idea. Yeah, well, that would certainly be fix a number of the problems. It would also take a significant length of time, and it might not happen fast enough. Surely be more effective to engage in uniformly trained collective. I cannot understand the fixation with individual contracts. Perhaps the custom would make more sense once we begin the feat of pots. Till then, we've been deemed unfit to assist with the matter of help hands, and are instead tasked with tending the injured. We're on our way back from procuring herbs with Orionje, in fact. Settlements, too, have been isolated by the storm's destruction. What would become of the wounded had we not found a way here? Should I become Dawntrail? One of my first acts will be to establish a reliable trade route to the capital, when I imagine how much good we can achieve with the Charlian technology. My apologies, I have much to consider. If you'll excuse us. Alright, so everyone's helping in their own way. We'll meet again soon, I'm sure. Take care, Coda. Ah, the cave must be over there. You spot a tunnel opening, head through the passage to the shoals of no return and recover the drafty shard. Oh dang, that is a very difficult to see tunnel, especially since it easily get lost among the similar looking trees. Although I guess the yellow color is a bit contrasting. Either way, I can kind of see why they decided to have a cutscene pointed out on top of, you know, meeting with Kona and Thancred. That's an ether current. Huh, I would have expected it to be on top of that rock rather than beside it. Fiery orange crystal. This crystalline is faintly warm with the touch. It does not appear to be the wind crystal you wish to find. Wind is green in this game, so pale blue. Ice might be nice. Crystalline feels damp in your hand. Does not appear to be the wind crystal you seek. Bright green crystal. Crystalline shard emanates a soothing whisper of wind. It seems you found the one he asked requested you to salvage. Of the truest blue. I believe that is a blue mage. Title. I could try and swim out to unlock that area, but nah. could also have gone around, it looks like. It's just easier to go through this tunnel, apparently. Unless, of course, they plan to ambush me here. Then again, the game sadly limits how easily you can be ambushed, because enemies attacking always have the purple aura. And when they say everything's gonna be fine, it'll then go into an instance fight where it says, "Are you ready to begin the instance? Everything went to shit." Unfortunate, but it's also kind of a limit to the medium. I don't think even a traditional one would probably have issues making that properly work. That's usually something done in single-player games, because you can easily set up event flags that apply there. Or a bit... Not so easily done with an MMO. Is that a cool breeze Ragnarok feels? Drafty Shard. The brisk breeze emanating from this can be used to fill sails or cool, stuffy workshops. Yes, thank you for finding a drafty shard. Ragnarok will add it to the new set of tools he bought. And I come bearing good food tidings. The cooks prepared a feast fit for the most discerning at sorrow. Oh, and it's on its way as we speak. Let's go in and see what Kai thinks of our efforts. I was wondering what the occasion called for me to receive so many visitors. A fine meal, new tools, and a welcome source of fresh air. Now I remember why I signed the Pot Pact. I'm grateful for your kind considerations. Allow me a moment or two, and I'll reciprocate with a peace worthy of the pot sworn. An oil lamp to brighten the halls of Volokshuncha. The craftsmanship satisfies Urvalin's reputation for quality, I trust. There's no oil in it yet, but there will be. Ooh, such luster, such brilliance. Truly a gift fit for the Dawn Servant. I'm glad you like it. Considering the time I've wasted till now, I hope I can continue crafting at this improved pace. I have a contract to fulfill, after all. Yeah, they probably have a quota to reach, and in return, they're given these amenities. Forgive my interruption. Lamati, I'm told the Elector has deemed the crisis past and is prepared to task us with the feat. Oh, that's great news. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, he's actually a good sport about it. So this is the craft of Potsworn. It's indeed a masterful piece. Thank you for your words of praise, I can promise. I drew inspiration from Kozamuka's natural beauty and sought to capture it in my work. I wondered why the Moblins not simply build a workshop in the city, and now I have my answer. Even Charlene goldsmiths could not easily replicate such exquisite artistry. One cannot create great things if one lacks creative impetus. Oliolol, fortunately, does not want for inspiration. Anyone wishing to learn the basics of a craft would do well to study it there. I was raised among Hetsaro more traditional than most, and shared the ingenuity of Tural's various people was eye-opening. You lived as traditional. I have few fond memories of that nomadic life. My character was probably from the Authard continent. Given how... Ellie, if you keep doing that, I remind you I still have the candy beam on me. I must remember to keep that spell charged, because apparently I'm gonna need it. I tried serving the dish prepared by Guy. It was good. So good I had a second helping. Would that I could forget that time. Now my workspace is just the way I like it. I have inspiration oozing from every pore. Think that lantern was nice? Just wait till my next masterpiece. Ragnarok is very grateful to you. I thank you both for your hard work and clever guesswork when it comes to help handing. Knowing the Potsworn is really important. Well, that's true for pretty much everyone you meet. A lesson I've had drummed in me several times already in this journey. Ragnarok will see that Potsworn Kai's lustrous royal lamp is delivered to the palace at once. The Feat of Pots. The Elector bids the Clements assemble in the large building on the west side of the village. I will head over after finding Thancred and Urianger. I also ran to the Levier twins on the way there. I took the liberty of directing the venue. Oh, well that saved us time. For rivals, it's not his job to make sure I know the feat is starting, but even now he's conscientious to a fault. Anyways, let's not keep it... Well, at least the two actually good siblings are willing to learn from one another, it sounds like. I imagine for the sake of drama, they're going to make sure the final contestant is going to be one of the two final ones. It's going to be one of the two asshole ones, so there's a lot more tension. But I would genuinely be totally 100% fine if the final boss turned out to be like Thancred and Urianger. Yeah. And then just basically end it with a party where everyone celebrates the winner. But that would probably be a bit considered way too anticlimactic. Then again, I'm not sure any climax is gonna top the Endwalker climax anytime soon. My guess is this expansion is mostly gonna set the stage for future ones. But I guess we're still pretty early in. I'm only in quest, what level is this? 91? Level 92. I thought everyone would be here by now. Record, thanks for sting. She'll announce the feat once the other Clements arrive, so be patient a little longer. Love Picto, but I might end up sticking to Reaper just because it still feels amazing. Even the new attack is really just an upgrade of the existing one. Looks like. I'm happy to report we were able to convince one of the Potsworn to stay. How'd you fare? Yeah, we were able to talk one into sticking around too. He even made something pretty good. Ah, so he managed the same. Splendid. Oh, welcome to Earthshire First Promise. We support your plans with salt crossings and a new Potsworn they will bring. Hail the mighty Zoralja. He cleared many piles of rock falls. They were pebble stones. Resilient sun for Dawn 7. Zoralja was clearing fallen rocks. I'm surprised he'd volunteer his time for anything unrelated to the contest. Yeah, I thought he'd be hyper-focused myself. Well, 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 we meet again. Let me guess, this guy did jack and shit. I guess that's two things. But better than I was expecting. Just in time for the feat to begin. I bet he was already here laying low while the rest of us did all the work. Oh, Clements, your attention, please. As Ready Rock has explained, many of our Potsworn left us following the storm. Precious metalwork crafted by those artisans bring in much jingly shine from across the salt. Should our stream of trades dry up, Earth and Shire would suffer. Tulio merchants will suffer. So, Ready Rock sets you this feat. Each one of you are to find one clever hand goldsmith and bring back here to us. So we're to recruit new. Makes sense for the Feat of Pots. Gangs of feat does not justify taking advantage of the Clements and their influence. How does finding workers for you demonstrate worthiness for the throne? You're free to refuse Redarak's request. You'll happily inform the Dawn servant of Zoralja's disqualification. The right is a means to an end. The steps we take to get there are not important. Then Redarak declares the feat of Pots begun. But remember, a pot pack must be agreed to willingly. No grab snatching or deceitful tongue slaps. The Elector said nothing of taking a willing artisan from a rival, which is exactly what we should do. One could argue that cunning is still valuable in a leader, but I'd say this guy is much more of a doctor. Spin doctor, that is. Shin, brother. I'm glad you think so, brother. Let us lay our plans. That nasty brute is up to something. i.e. may seek to delay us again as he did on the river. We can but remain vigilant while we plot our course. What do you think, Woklamot? Have you in mind any candidates to satisfy this feat? I know some artisans among my supporters. I know some artisans among my supporters, but they're all in their twilight years. I could ask them to give up the comforts of Tuliol to live in this remote village, no matter how beautiful scenery. We could also recruit someone who decided to leave to come back. Meanwhile, Kana probably has 100 young craftspeople to choose from. Ah, right, since he's all about science and technology, yeah, there's no doubt he has people who are... His followers would also be people for that kind of work. Not that I'm comparing, I understand, it's just a statement of fact. Yeah, it's just the kinds of supporters they have. She even directly said that most of her supporters are the elderly who appreciate the previous Dawn Servant's work and want someone that will keep it going. Here, I was starting to wonder if that was what you wanted me to do there, Ellie. I suppose we could try auction watch. Seems like a logical place to start. Back to what it is. Wait, does that mean we have to take the boat again? She doesn't want. No, I can't do it. I can't stomach another boat ride. You should share my burden, so I'll speak plainly. The truth is, I get really, really sick on boats. Woklamot, this is hardly news. But it was brave of you to admit it. In any case, we won't be fighting the current this time. Downriver will be much smoother. We still have to come back is the problem. It will, are you sure? Watery eyes. I'm positive, mostly. I've procured many unusual items for clients, but meeting the personalized needs of Potswarm is not an experience I care to repeat. Woklamot suffers such horrible bouts of seasickness. I wish I had a spell or potion that could ease the nausea. We mentioned the Potswarm in our care required a constant stream of encouragement in order to craft. The four of us must have chanted the same cheer dozens if not 100 times. Aaron was scolded more than once for not being loud enough. What obstacle will Bakul throw at us again? Or will he try something a bit more direct? Frankly, I'm kind of hoping he does like and just slice him up, but I imagine we're gonna get another plot force loss if we do that. Can't be too easy, I suppose. I need a moment. Upriver, downriver, it's just too rough for me. The nausea's a bit more bearable now that I stopped trying to hide it, but I'd still rather not step foot on a boat if I can help it. Alright, I think I'm ready. Let's see if Master Ropley can help us recruit a Potswarm. 20-second warp is really nice, even just for helping travel times. So this is the one that Woklamot was talking about. I've yet to make it this far in my wanderings. This is a gathering spot for skilled artisans of all kinds. If we're to find a Potswarm candidate, I think of no better place to begin our search. Aaronville brought us here on the first tour of the city, but time did not prevent a close look. Wish I could observe these masters at work. Ah, the person we helped before. Sure, at least one person will enter Woklamot's call for Potswarm. Maybe. Master can help us. Phew. This fresh harbor air is just what I needed. Greetings, Third Promise. What brings you back here? You've not chipped your axe again, have you? No, Master Ripley. Actually, I have a favor to ask this time. You see, we need a pause. So what do you think? Do you know of any craftsmen who may be interested? Filching my artisans for the Moblins, eh? Seeing as that's the Third Promise making their quest, I'll look the other way if one of them does decide to take up on the offer. Only I can't think of a suitable candidate off the top of my head. Who do I know mastery of goldsmithing who would also have no qualms about relocating to Earthenshire? That Eorzean goldsmith, what about... Yeah, I guess it's, they're not even hiding that, yeah, that whole scene was to meet him. I mean, Fongentin, he did say he was employed at some fancy jewelry store across the salt, and considering the distance he's already come, I'd like to think he wouldn't mind moving a little upriver. That said, he's only just got himself a new job. Is it too soon to ask him to sign a pot pact? There's no harm in making the offer. Once he hears how well the Potsworn are treated, he may even jump at the chance. Either way, you won't find him at this workbench at this hour. He's finished for the day, probably enjoying a meal over at the restaurant. Then maybe we should go talk to him, just you and me, since he knows us. We wouldn't want to feel intimidated by having to deal with a crowd of new faces. Two of us can handle this, rest of the cabins if you like. Right, let's go see a man about a pot. I need to grab a sip of my drink, so I'll do it while it's loading. There we are. Other crafters around here. Now, I do recall reading that you could actually start the game as a crafting or gathering class in the 1.0, as well as do story quests with it, but it was quickly abandoned because, turns out most problems have to be solved with the combat for a game like this. And so, after it went with 2.0, they just embrace that. You can focus on crafting as much as you want, but you can't neglect at least one combat job in order to do the main story. I'm not sure about this. Oh, Cody, you're here too. Third Promise that you want to chat. I just finished eating. Well, find a quiet spot outside. Last time we talked on this beach, you were in a miserable state. I wasn't I? A lost soul until the two of you came along and helped me rediscover my purpose. My new place of employment has been most welcoming. For the first time in a long time, I feel content with my lot in life. That's wonderful. What was that you wish to discuss? Oh, it's hard to ask right after you settled in. We're looking for someone to become a Potsworn. I've heard my new colleagues mention the term. That's when an artisan signs a contract to work for the Moblins, right? Oh, but you're not a Moblin. I'm not sure I understand. It's a feat for the right of succession. I have to bring a new Potsworn to Earthenshire. Ah, so that's the way of it. Oh, we barely met, and after pushing you to work, I'm now demanding you throw that away for a pot pact. Selfish request, I know. Found something to tell you. Third Promise. The other day I completed the necessary procedures for immigration. I'm pleased to say I'm now officially a subject of Tuliolol. I've endeavored to learn what I can of my new nation, beginning the right of succession of His Clements, including you, of course. Now, if you recall, it was my father's example which led me to pursue goldsmithing. He was at East End when Garlean forces laid siege to the settlement, and in the ensuing chaos he was slain. War took him from me in an instant, the man I loved and admired. I never wish to suffer such a loss again. And as much as I'm indebted to you for turning my life around, it's as a fellow peace-loving Tuliolol that I wish to help you win the throne. If I can help you achieve that by signing a pot pact, then I shall gladly do so. Thank you. I shall return to Master Ripple and inform him of my decision. Allow me, I'm the reason you're leaving, so I should be the one to deliver the news. Perhaps you remember me, Brooke Vu, owner of the restaurant. I'd like a word if you don't mind. You're Woklamat's ally from across the salt, correct? And a hero of some renown, too, if the gossips be believed. Yeah. Well, as it so happens, I could use some heroic help. It doesn't need to be right now, but could you come by when you have a spare moment? Much appreciated. I'll be waiting for you at my shop, then. You can now gain access to role quests. Pursue new adventures as you go through the rite of succession. Ah, so this restaurant is where the role quests are all from. I can do those a little later, I guess. Final fish. I feel ungrateful to leave so soon after granting me employment, but I'm sure you'll understand. I do this for the future of Tulioli. Master Ropley, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but... Ah, he's agreed to sign the pot pack, yes? Well, it's a shame to lose such a capable goldsmith. To have own handpicked to serve the third promise is a great honor for here. I appreciate your understanding. Of course, if you happen to know other talented artisans, regardless of their expertise, hope you send them my way. You can even be yourself if you're so inclined. I'll keep that in mind. Though the time was brief, I'll not forget your kindness, Master Ropley. I am blessed to have these workshops be my first home of Tulio. Come back to us if the Moblins cut you loose. You'll always have a job here. Dang, he's already making connections. I expect you want to leave Earthenshire as soon as possible. I'll go and pack my things. Yeah, so I guess it makes sense he'd also realize that two of the candidates want something that's way too close to the Garlean Empire. What became of Fongentin? Were you able to find him? We did, and he's great to Compotsworn. We'll leave when he's ready, but you still have a little time. Splendid, we shall meet you anon. I've had plenty of reasons to win the contest, but now I have one more. He's putting his faith in me, and I will not let him down. You may unlock deliveries now. Speak to Ropley and pursue new endeavors. Yeah, this is for crafting jobs. You must first complete the side quest Inscrutable Tastes. Pokemon needs you to play a visit to the palace. Father first. Right then, I have some things to take care of the palace. While you can pass the time however you'd like, I suggest you head back to the cabins. After all, even heroes need a rest. We all have a big journey ahead of us. Yeah, I think I mentioned earlier, but the cabins are my favorite in-room design so far. Landsguard Messenger. At last. Welcome back, sir. You have a Landsguard Messenger anxiously waiting your return. Goes the third promise's entourage. I've been all over the city looking for you. The Dawn Servant summons you to the palace. You present yourself at the guard gate station outside your earliest convenience. Oh, one more thing. You are not to mention this visit to Woklamat. Oh, I see. He wants us to duel since he was... Yeah, he wants to give us a duel after Estinian recommended us. Sun Perch Guard. Dawn Servant awaits you. I was not informed of the less reason for your audience. In terms of attire, I suggest full battle regalia. Okay, I'm almost at the... Yeah, I'm almost at the absolute maximum allows, so we're gonna go with what we can here.
Forgive me these sudden summons. When I learned my daughter's champion was back in the city, I couldn't resist the opportunity. And they call me head of resolve for good reason. Old as I am, I have not lost a battle worthy of the name since the day I took the throne. And I've been craving a proper challenge. The Lance Wilter, Estinian, he fought well enough, but our bout was ended before a victor could be decided. Judging by the sailors' gossip, you are a warrior of renown in your homeland. Yet I wonder, with all your deeds done and victories won, are you warrior enough to stand against me?
So long as neither of us gets too carried away.
Not even the slightest hint of fear. I knew you were no pretender. The battle rages upon me. I'll stop short of killing you, of course. But expect no other mercies. Go! Ready your arms and show me the truth of the tales.
My scythe is ready. I just realized he has no positional, so... Or does he know the Viper style?
Let's see how you handle this.
Oopsie.
This human cannot die. Very well then.
Ooh.
Resolving the Sun Kingdom. Alright.
Alright, his other half is still asleep. So he's only at half power.
Did you think you had my measure? Take that! Hold it up!
Good, the heal over time. That's good, because so am I. Thanks to my little heal over time, I can last a lot longer than I otherwise might. I'm guessing that we're all going forward, so...
No more holding back!
This is the meteor abilities.
Stay alert!
Second win. Let's lower his staff there so he hurts less. There we are. Right, I have a new skill I keep forgetting I have. I see. Ow.
Ha ha ha! You fight well indeed.
Alright, here comes the big one. Success! Not bad.
That will do. You've shown me more than enough.
Reaper has so many tricks to stay in a fight longer than most. And a surprising amount of team support if you do it right.
I brought my full strength to bear against opponents before, but you are the first to withstand it.
Yeah, though it seems his head of reason is still asleep, so...
Even with my head of reason asleep, I never expected you to give me so much trouble. Estinian did not exaggerate. You are a force to be reckoned with. Now, a confession. I said I'd crave a challenge, and that was no lie. But I had another reason for calling you here. I had to judge for myself if you were fit to attend my beloved daughter. In some respects, she is much like me. Hard-headed and prone to rush into danger. But one with your talents could readily dispatch the threats that bar Lamachi's way. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliyola, but a concerned father.
So, like, Thancred, got it.
Thank you. Then tell me, given your journey together thus far, what is your impression of Lamachi? Whether he be as their promise or just a companion on the road. Speak your mind.
Probably gonna be a good choice here. Jizung, but certainly has potential.
Ha! A tactful response, but agreed. She is not ready for the throne. Not yet. Lamachi thinks she understands our many peoples. Their histories, their cultures, their beliefs. But she knows only what she's seen in the capital. And it's not only her who concerns me. Even this early in the contest, you must have realized. As potential rulers, all four claimants are lacking. This is why I elected to hold the right of succession. Not to choose a fitting candidate, but to cultivate one. And if no one has impressed me by the end of it, then to no one will I yield my throne. As a parent, I pray that my children rise to the occasion. With outsiders dragged into my game, I am also hopeful that the different perspectives you and your companions have to offer will inspire them to grow. I imagine you in particular have traveled many lands, know many peoples and cultures, loved them and being loved in turn. Guide Lamachi as you think best. Walk at her side and, when needed, push her to walk ahead.
You got it, buddy.
I knew it. There I was, about to sit down for some of Namika's cooking, when I heard that Papa had sent for you. You were dueling behind my back, weren't you?
I see there is no point in denying it. You needn't worry, daughter. I took care not to inflict lasting injuries. You and your ally may return to the contest without disadvantage. No harm done.
I swear, just as I was learning newfound respect for my father. Let's take our leave of this battle-mad oaf before he calls on the rest of my entourage.
Don't give him ideas.
Watch over her, champion.
I was already hired to act as ally and bodyguard. I see no reason not to keep up with it.
Kona's recruits are no less sharp, as one might expect of Galloff's countrymen. They saw the flaws in our claimants from the outset. The other two, though, they dismiss comrades willing to point out their shortcomings, and no good can come of it.
Okay, so he has in fact noticed. Jareil plus one is bad enough, but Jakul is on a whole other level because I'm willing to bet money he's one of those people who claims his might makes right, but the moment it would go against him, he'll conveniently find an excuse to why it does not apply to him. Oh sure, he could say, well, I've already been injured, I've already been sick, I'm not at full. But I also bet money that it's anyone in a similar position, he would deny that. Told that guy they needed a rest, but the moment he'd need a rest, he'd say, rest is good for the soul, let's do that. I wish I could say he's the first I've run into who's like that, but... And yeah, maybe I'm being a bit unfair by dismissing him so soon, but at the same time... Well, there's a reason I said he's a much better doctor than warrior. Spin doctor, that is. If he has his way, Pop will keep dueling till the day he dies. Even now, I know of only 3 people who didn't need to be carried away after bouts. Zoralja, your lance-wielding Estinian, and yourself. You really do live up to your fearsome reputation. Curious though, do you want anything else of you? He was just up for a sparring partner. I don't mind. That's all it was. I wouldn't like to flat out lie, but... to the end of the day, yeah, we do need to keep our skills sharp as well. But my concern about just straight up saying, oh, just small favors, you can think, well, what else could he possibly be asking for? I still haven't one bite of Nick's food thanks to Papa's nonsense. Nimika's food, so I'm gonna go back to finish my plate before I head out. Otherwise, I asked everyone to meet at the 4-hour cabins. Come and join us after you've had a moment to recover, eh? Damn it, Papa. I'm on the balcony here. Well, I see no reason not to do it this way. I can't die to fall damage when I'm not in combat. Alright, let's wait for our companions and continue the rite of succession. Let me just get my headset back aligned again. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Oh, is that it? You're all set to go? I left Eorzea prepared to travel in search of work, so I had a few belongings to begin with. Bidding farewell to my fellow artisans took a lot of time, however. I appreciate you making this commitment, 14. Shall we depart to Earthshire, then? Word for you go. Walkavoo, what are you doing here? Oh, I spent my days correcting manners, and here I am perpetuating the grave offense of delaying the third promised departure. Oh, please take up your axe and random on me, taco meat. Must your demands be so gruesome? Besides, the all that kind of thing doesn't bother me. Alright, then I won't let it bother me either. What's this all about? I came to the city to purchase supplies and I spotted your entourage getting read. You seek the City of Gold, if I'm not mistaken. That's right, the final step of the rite of succession. If you know anything about the subject, I'd love to hear it. Allow me to be of service. As you know, the legend of the Golden City has been passed down in Tyrol for 1,000 years. Well, actually, it was 999 years, but it's easier to just round it off to 1,000. Yet, when it comes to describing the place itself, the stories do not agree. Some portray it as one I expect, a glittering metropolis of golden towers. Others suggest it's more unassuming and owes the name to a fabulous treasure at its heart. Every telling, however, has a common thread. Those who go in search of the city do not return. Yeah, I've already gone to a few places that you supposedly never return to. A lesson to be learned from this third promise. The Sikh legend is the court death. I implore you to proceed with utmost care. That's all I wish to say. I will pray for a safe journey. Thank you, Walkavoo. What do we make of these cautionary tales? If every expedition's end in tragedy, how did the Dawn Servant find the city and return without incident? It seems the legend originated with the Okoye. Speaking with them seems like our strongest lead, I'd say. A lead we shall follow in time, but first let us see this man safely to the Moblin's care. Meanwhile, in Kozamuka,
finding a willing artisan was even easier than expected. Many indeed are eager to curry favor with the Resilian sun, especially if it means sharing the promise of new territories.
Those who prove useful will have all the land they desire.
but he's also not making it clarifying what he means by
such generous words, yet the manner in which he speaks them.
Yeah, he's definitely going to use
If neither wealth nor territory are of value, wherefore does he seek to bring the world to heel?
Step aside.
Remind me. There was no rule against poaching craftsmen from other claimants. Was there?
No, but there was a rule that you can't coerce people into it.
Do not be foolish, Bakul Jaja.
Foolish would be carrying on with these dull feats when all I need to win are the keystones.
And besides, it's long past time I humble this arrogant one-head. The Dawn servant may have sired you against all odds, but there is nothing blessed about your birth.
I mean, you just gave a reason to why it is blessed, so...
Only a two-head is fit to rule. Only we are worthy. Draw your weapon! Face me in battle, and learn your place.
He was only one of only 3 people to face the king and survive.
A moment, first promise. Leave him alive, if you would. I foresee a use for this nuisance.
Too scared to make the first move? Then allow me! But he's just a runt.
My thanks for your restraint.
Yeah, if he had used the actual blade, he would have
kill
beat...
him whenever I please.
Yeah, if it wasn't for that, he would have... if he had used his actual blade instead of the base of the hilt... No, the... Yeah, instead of the... whatever, a pommel. Yeah, then he probably could have actually killed him if he wanted. He had the fight completely under his control since the very start. Now he's just gonna claim it's a cheap shot. It was a cheap shot or something, even though...
Your part in this is far from over.
We're back, and we brought with us a willing potsworn. This is from a goldsmith who once worked at its same aesthetics in Ul'dah. Ooh, wonderful, impressive. Your first the return, third promise. And an artisan from across the salt, no less. We welcome you and unique skills to Earthenshire. Hellpan will show you to the work pot. This is it then. I look forward to hearing you proclaim Dawn Servant. Thank you, 14. I'll make sure not to disappoint you. So maybe the titular Dawntrail is the entire journey itself. You have reach met requirements for pots. Ready Rock presents your keystone with joy smiles. That's another one down. That's the third. That makes 3. Oh, more potsworn cannons. Come, tell Ready Rock your quakes. Yeah, as expected, Kana has absolutely no shortage of people in his faction that would be good for this job. Another feat accomplished, another keystone acquired. Oh, you're doing well. I'd expect nothing less of Zoralja's esteemed siblings. Your cleverness in particular is most admirable, second promise. We must have you apply that Charlie knowledge you so cherish in Dawntrail with weapons of Magitech design. In your new role as a Dawn Service Chief Advisor, of course. The tools of war have no interest to me. I only wish to improve our nation through practical innovations. Foreign powers will think twice about testing our strength when Tuliol is known for its advanced technology. Just as the Garlean Empire deterred others from invading was deterred from invading Charlian. That may be true. Well, but how long will it take Tuliolol to progress to this advanced state? How many years? With a collective commitment for an education and hard work, it should not take so very. Your way is too slow. Easier to expand our territory and just swallow Charlian whole itself. We wish to accomplish what Garland could not. Conquer another nation's force of arms. You're looking at the future of uprising and bloodshed. Yours wouldn't be the first failed empire. Then we just keep fighting until mounting costs convince them to lay down weapons, until all have grown tired of loss. How would such an outcome bring anyone joy? What you propose is a mockery of peace. Rady Rock is reminded of days long ago. In the time before Tuliolol, there were no pot packs or pots sworn. It was normal grab-snatch artisans, force them to work for Malbys. Until the day Gulal arrived, the families of the grab-snatch pleaded, so he came to Earthshire. Malbys are not a warm-make people. We feared death had come for us, but Gulal simply wanted to talk. It is, we're here to trade words and not blows. Golden work crafted in this village is superb. One could tell at a glance the quality of materials used, the mastery of techniques employed. Yet it does not stir the heart. A goblet shaped by bound hands and broken spirit is simply devoid of luster. I see. Compare it now to the works of a joyful artisan. She pours her very soul into her creations, and they shine like the newly risen sun. Have you not seen this to be true? And so begun the custom of good living. Happy potsworn make good works, and good works make Malbys happy. Gulul Jaja's words were wise. Joy smiles indeed bring fine craft and much jingly shine. So the head of reason was behind the forging of the pot packs. It's not just wise in advice, also knows how to speak their language, so to speak. He knew telling them they're being assholes wouldn't be enough. He had to make it clear their way of just straight up wasn't working, and in order to make it better, it needed to not be, actual slavery. Yes, reason and clever think changed Malbys' way of life. So he changed them completely without having to fire a single shot or a single swing of a weapon. First promise tires of your talk of olden days. He'd rather look towards the future in the next feat. We should be getting on as well. Bakul never did come back, did he? That sounds like Bakul Jaja's problem. Oh, do you have a moment? Third promise. Ragnarok would repay you for helping Kahi. He brings tale of Golden City. Oh, really? I'd love to hear it. The towers, streets, all fashioned from gold. Everywhere you look, splendor you can imagine. The young, old, and everyone in between, they live in Golden, a city of eternal bliss forever perched above the clouds. Everything fashioned from gold. Imagine everyone living golden happiness. Now it's a city I'd like to visit. Excuse me, but where'd you hear this particular tale? From our longtime Yokoi friends, they live up in mountains. No quack. The giants again. Seems everything is pointing us that way. This feat and everything leading up to it has taught me much about the Moblin way of life. I'll be sad to leave Earthshire and your joy smiles behind. I just realized we sure had a lot of quick travel to get back and from Earth. I mean, the stuff that happened was pretty relevant, but... The head of Reason in Ready Rock's story sounds different from the head of Resolve. They share the same body, yet their personalities are completely distinct. This unsettles me that Zoral is even a Clement in the first place. Surely his father cannot condone these violent ambitions. These tales raise many questions. Let us hope the giants have answers. The stories describe a place of boundless happiness, but also rife with warnings of seekers who do not return. What are we to make of this? Right, we should go see the giants next. Agreed. Golden mysteries notwithstanding, their village features predominantly in the saga and is not to be ignored. Their Buckcock Highlands should be easy enough to reach from here. If we leave Earthenshire, there's a road which leads to the mountains. Let's find that first. He's searching for a strange face to Earthenshire. All good pop hacks must come to an end. I need to do these in order to get the, these ones unlock things that usually means they have an ether current. Your Koda, you're not, who's been strength lending Wuklamat. Could Movamok ask you for a strength on turn? Movamok's craft hands to retire after long years. He lips that he intends to fancy craft one last masterpiece if he does so, but for this he needs the helm strange face of the village. Anfroy is his name, and he's a murky word in his request, so he's not sure what is not sure what he needs. But if you could exchange tongue flaps, it'd be very happy feels. The work pot. I should be cheering on Wuklamat from Earthenshire. Now that my workspace is the way I like it, I have inspiration oozing from every pore. I think the lantern was nice to wait for my next work piece. Yes, Manfroy. Do I know? Oh wait, you're the friend of the Third Promise, the adventurer across the water who was asking about prospects. I see, sent you. That said, I only need the help of a stranger to Earthenshire. Trust her to pick an honest to goodness. I only said I need the help of a stranger, Earthenshire. Trust her to pick an honest to goodness hero. The task I have for you is but a trifling one. It's near and dear to my heart. Why don't you find all that you can about Uvamuk? Oh, he plans to make a gift for. There's nothing untoward about it, I assure you. I'm interested in what she's interested in. Hobbies, likes, dislikes, those old shield's dear, but certain reasons I'll share with you later. She can't know this. We've been working together for decades, but now my pop pack is about to end. I'd like to know, I know next to nothing about her. Perhaps others who work closely with the Moblins might. Probably. Movamuk and Anfroy? Yes, I know the pair well. She's famously protective of him, sometimes rejecting his patron's orders outright. It's not that she thinks him unequal, understand. Quite the opposite. She knows that how exacting his standards are and how discontented he'd be if his works fail to meet them. The only time patron attempts to have him lower his standards or design something that differently to how he judges best, Movamuk would go his defense. And for what she enjoys, well, her creation's not dulled in all these years. I should think she likes nothing more. Oh, Uplander wants to know what brain tickles Movamuk. That's an easy ask. Movamuk never flaps about anything other than our potsworn Anfroy. She says he's just as good a tricksy crafter as a crafty tricker. And playing crafty tricks, one day Anfroy draws little arrows around the village, showing potsworn how to leave without help eyes catching them. Many laugh-minded pot friends follow the arrows and leave for a secret hiding place in the woods. Moby's hidey fields were disappearing. Potsworn came back with glitter teeth and help hands are ears, all except for Movamuk. She goes around the village saying guilt words every Moby for the sneaky trick. Deep part though, it's clear nothing but happiness. Does Movamuk value much? Her Potsworn, of course. Any Moby says otherwise is a fib speaker. She keeps treasure he gave her a heart sight all times, though she once slips. But he hasn't a flimsy thought what this treasure might be, but whatever it is, it's sure proof of the friend bond between them. Is a flighty fright. in Flighty Freight. Danger straits, danger straits. The mythical crafter's gone missing. Ask around the village, and some say went to pay a visit to the Imperious. Giants prey places, a danger place full of friend-munching friends. Fighter or you're not. We use Swordland for Vendavok and save our dear twinkle crafter from certain doom. I definitely need to do these quests eventually, although I should probably do the main quest first and come back later. Oh, I'll get these first. Ah, you're back. What did you find out? Ah, she really thinks that much of me. They say that Moblin Hellpans love nothing more than helping their charge. It seems that's true. They'll want her to show you a little more. That's the only thing you've learned, I think. If that's not the only thing you've learned, I thank you for it. You've given me exactly what I need, so I suppose it's about time I told you more. The truth is... is Coda still hard at hand-helping? Yes, he is. Well, thank you for not bothering us. You do remember I specifically asked you to leave me be until the work's complete, correct? Always such angry words. She means no bother. Just needs daily mob duties, sharpening tools until they sparkle shine. And I'm telling you I don't need you to. Not now, anyway. I'm almost retired. All my commissions are already dealt with. Until the end of the pot pack, Movamuk will uphold our pack. His duty as help hand. Why do you always have to be so... I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to put my foot down. I expressly forbid you from touching my tools until my work with code is finished. Movamuk will do as Anfoy asks, though it makes her shamefaced. She will hand turn to other duties. If Anfoy needs her, only it needs to hail call. I wish I didn't have to do that, but I'll need every single one of those tools for him to achieve my aim. The aim being make a farewell present. I figured something like that. The whole years I've been working here, she's been my guardian angel, answering my every prayer before it even makes my lips. Even these recent times, when the Hellpans have grown too few for the number of pots sworn, her service hasn't lapsed. Now that my service is coming to an end, I want to do something just for her and thank everything she's done for me. Yet, despite her knowing me better than I do myself, I discovered I didn't really know anything about her. I try to speak with her, learn what makes her tick, but she always brushed me off, always says she only wishes to be a humble Hellpan to see my wish realized. That got me thinking, perhaps she and the other might be more willing to open to someone who wasn't bound by pot pack, someone like you. By the gods, the plan worked. I have an idea now, all that remains is to craft it, but without Mulk, this might be a little more difficult. If you'd be willing to help hand a little longer, I'll make it worth your while. Well, you already did, buddy. Just like... Sorry, I'll have to come back for this later. Just like the guy who asked me to solve the problem of the artificial sun that is probably gone. Having trouble or will be gone soon. I'm gonna have to just get the introduction quest where he asks for help and then run off because it gave me the, thingy. The ether current. Yeah, I think I mentioned about like 3 are from quests. Most are in the field. There's an item you can use to gather them. I just don't have it on me in my hotbar right now. But most importantly, oh, we didn't end up going to the ruins after all. Oh, but most importantly, yeah, the final one is from a quest, the main quest. So, you're looking for the Trinket Crafter. That's me, most likely. I'm one of the Moblin's contractor artisans, specializing in jewelry making. Vendavuk was concerned for my safety, you say? How kind of her to send me my own personal guard. I've ever been fascinated by your unique visual language, the Yokoi, you see. I often visit this place to bask in its grand, imposing glory. Yet I've never once taken a step beyond this point. The beasts that lurk here are too dangerous to risk, but with you, I can finally make a detailed study of the rest of the ruins. Such is what remains, of course. 500 years have come and gone since the giants returned to their ancestral lands. If they had not been kind to their creations they left behind, yet some of the larger structures still remain. This impressive gate, for one. They say the Yokoi towered yalms above the tallest of all, but I wonder if their architecture might have played some part in exaggerating those tales. The sheer sense of scale serving to inflate the giant's own. But no speculation, we must press on, we have much to discover. Yeah, we always hear about these, but we've never actually seen one, not even in a cutscene or flashback. And that makes me think that when we actually see them, it's going to be a really big deal. Or a big surprise, like maybe they're actually Lalafels. Wouldn't that be funny? Pillars overlooking overlooking the nave. Fascinating, isn't it? The simple combination of geometric shapes naturally draws one eye to the center, while maintaining a delicate balance. And the sun traversed the sky, so too the shadows of the towers beneath the pane to the ground below. Oh no, calculations. Every stone cut in place with mathematical precision, dividing the moment, the stars, and changing the seasons. A triumph, form, and function. True artistry. Oh wait, what's over there? The cliff's edge. With me. Come on, man. I really just want the ether current. I should have realized this would be an issue. Thank you, and forgive me for racing ahead like that. I was so absorbed in examining every element of this place, I forgot the reason I hadn't done so before. But if anything was worth risking one's life for, it's this. Just this tower. It's a work of art. Looks like it fell apart at a point. To the untrained eye, it might appear like a little more than a pile of stone, but look how each brick is cut and positioned perfectly to align with its neighbor. It's not a drop of mortar holding them into place. The engravings, too, surely have some religious significance. They certainly inspire reverence in me. Yes, inspire reverence, that's the thing. Why else would the giants build their temple upon a roofed cliff top? If not to make daily proof of their predominance over those who dwell below, those who beneath them in every way. One cannot help but admire them. Their creation should awe and exhilarate us even now, centuries after they're gone. Thank you, my friend. My passion for jewelry has been cooling, but now I'm bursting with inspiration. Yokoi's creations echo through the ages, and so can mine. Earthshire and eternity. Well, at least I finally get my thing. Lesser Apollyon. That's not as good as my relic item. Although I guess that is good if you want to use the weapons that the actual guys are using. I didn't need it anytime soon. Scouting. So you mail. I do not need that. That looks okay. Big thanks for bringing the Twinkle Crafter back to us. Not only is he safe, but full of mind fruits. He says he found it on the Giant's play place. This need for mind fruits common among Potsworn. Some try to find in history, some in nature, some in fire water. It's our side of Pot Pack to keep them well supplied. A duty, it's constant source of brain pain. Oh, but it is come with when they have it. Such fresh thinking. Can't wait to see what our friendly Twinkle crafts next. We're about to enter a new area. We're to meet the Yokoi at last. This road will take us along the mountains. An exhausted route perhaps, but a straightforward one. The highlands are where the Lay of Proof takes place, that being Gulol's encounter with the Yokoi. It is also a stage for the Lay of Ice, where the heroes fought a monstrous Valagamanda. I'm most curious to know what that rite will demand of us there. One day we're sailing up rivers, the next we're hiking up mountains. Looks like the trail is getting steep from here on. I hope everyone's ready for some climbing. Good promise. I caught you. Red Rock asked me to bring you back to the village. Sure, there's something else she forgot to give you. Something other than a keystone. Yes, I'm of great importance, or so I was told. It shouldn't take long if you would please follow me. Every single thing about this tells me it's a trick. I wonder what that's all about. No need for everyone to come. I'll be back in a little while. Yeah, no, this is a trick. I'm going with her. I'm eager to continue the highlands to meet Yokoi. We've heard so much, but I'm not sure what to expect. He had a rather interesting hair for her, or a Tonawawata? In any case, it's strange I never noticed him while we were in Earthshire. He's a trick, but from who? Knowing Wickelmont, she's probably eating sweets behind her back, so forgot to pay the shopkeeper, something equally careless. Alright. Face to face, we've heard so much about them, but I'm not sure what to expect. It seem familiar, but I can't place him. It's a trick, but the thing is, who would do that? Jill Rule taking quite a while. Let's keep waiting for now, I suppose. Yeah, the thing is, like, Jill Rule does not trust anyone, other than doesn't care about anything but raw strength and the brute force way of handling everything. He wouldn't go with an assassin or something. He'd do, if he truly wanted her dead, he'd do it himself, basically. And of course, Jakul doesn't care about anyone who's not a Mamulja, and even then, he doesn't care about anyone other than himself, if we're blunt. Going by how quickly he was abandoned his own ally just because they were a little tired. And I doubt Kano would be resorting to assassins. Perhaps there are complications. Let's wait a little longer. I did wonder if we might run into Laporte since do the way Endwalker ended, but this is taking entirely too long. I'm gonna need my scythe. This is ridiculous. Did you get lost on the way back? But how? There's only one road. I wouldn't underestimate Wickelmut's sense of direction or lack thereof. Fortunately, she had a link pool. Let's see what's keeping her, shall we? She's not responding. Perhaps we should all return. It was Red Rock that had business with her, correct? I am ready to hear that, oh no, we, actually, I'd never ask for her. Because I know damn well what direction this is going. Luckily, these things are extremely slow. They have to go out of their pots and then start. Do their animation getting out of the pots and then start moving. I thought Wickelmut would be usually impulsive self, but now I'm not so certain. Doesn't seem to be here. I pray nothing untoward has happened. Something's not right. I can feel it. Yeah, we've all had this bad feeling. I guess that's on me for not acting on it sooner. Oh, back again so soon? We came looking for Clamont. Did you not send someone to fetch her? Did not. Neither has she seen the third promise since you were last here. Then who was the man that came for her? Oh, I thought you'd left already. Where's Lamati? Is she not with you? Some strange guy came, called for us. We decided she just ruined, but now she's missing. You don't know where she is. How could you let this happen? That's a very good question. Thou shalt worry for thy sister is understandable, yet rather than assign blame, thy energies are better spent on locating her. Yeah, just like, there's no time. I'll help you search. That's not how I'd wish a fellow Clement to lose the contest, my sister least of all. Except for Jakul, he could get fucked. In that case, dividing our forces will allow us to cover more ground. Coda and I work together at least to better facilitate the communication between our groups. Sounds like it. The rest of us will split up. Report again should you find anything. We shall be on our way as well. Right, keep in touch. Come, we should begin our search. This is the most worrisome. If Red Rock hears anything, she will let you know. He's anxious to begin searching. If Lamati was returned to Earthshire for the West, then she should have passed through here, except Red Rock swears she didn't see her. In which case, it's possible she never made it back to the village at all. The only way to be certain is to ask the sentry at the opposite entrance. I guess I can finally throw this out. Actually, I can drop this too, because I already have the gear needed. As nice as the Chaos Springer is, I don't need it any longer. I can pick it up, these up again from later, but for now... Earthshire Sentry. If the guard did not see Lamati, we can be fairly certain she's not within Earthenshire. She's not the one to pass without notice. Yeah, everyone knows who she is. If they saw the promise, Malby's been standing post and no Clements had passed this way. What of a Toatar with brightly colored hair? Malby knows something of this one. He hears tongue fucks about a Pelu peddler and many fires who was attacked by a crazy hair bandit. Bandit, hey? You've been most... My sister's clearly not here, though I wish we were otherwise. We must prepare the possibility the messenger was a brigand described by the sentry or one the same, and that she's in real danger. Come, let's go to many fires. I'd like a word with the peddler. Should they still be around? I'd best grab a sip of my drink. Yeah, the bandits, I guess that was why the bandits were brought up earlier. They won't go after one, but they can sneak them off. Waylaid peddler. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Here, Coda, this is the merchant who ran afoul by the bandit. Was there something I could help you with? I'm told you were the victim of a bandit attack. Could you recount exactly what happened? My goodness, I thought I recognized you. I'll tell you everything I remember, my second promise. There's a scoundrel Wakasa who ambushed me. You know the name of your attacker? There's no mistaking that hair. All my peddler buddies have stories. The notorious bandit, the leader, and his Wakasa and his gang will stoop to any low for the sake of a few pel, and with no fresh quarry coming up, they had to become more creative. Little wonder they after Lamati. He likely thinks he can ransom her for a royal sum. I expect he'll soon make his demands, but I don't intend to wait. We'll find his villain first and deliver the deserved payment in person. What do you say to a small deception? I'll assume the role of well-to-do merchant till out of hiding, then when he comes sniffing about, we'll catch the rat by the tail. Sounds good to me. My scythe is ready. An excellent plan. I have just the right garments for your disguise, at a specially discounted price. Brush with bandits hasn't dampened your mercantile spirit, I see. Very well, I shall take your generous deal. Ooh, I hope we can get one of these outfits to glam with. Ooh, you know what? I bet I could use this for my, since I've been trying to find a Pictomancer outfit in general, I could probably use these for something like that. Now we lay the bait. I'll precede you into many fires to make my presence known. You follow on behind, boasting that along the way I paid me a hefty purse in exchange for gemstone or something. If he's as coin hungry as they say, then a recently enriched peddler should be an irresistible mark. We let him strike and then spring the trap. I pray your scheme is successful. Time to play our parts. Follow his lead and try not to fall behind. Ah, now I'm the one being escorted. Isn't that funny? There, that's a brawl, fellow. Share with him how happy your imaginary deal is with me. Once you put on appropriate display, we'll get your next performance. A rare gemstone from that Hatsaro merchant, you say? I envy the profit he must have made from such a sale. These stairs were destroyed. I've not seen much. I've not been able to peddle much goods at my usual haunts. Good start, but it makes certain bookstores aware. I would make certain. Let's continue. At least this isn't one of those stealth missions. Those are where you have to repeat it are a little annoying. That moblin there looks amenable to conversation. The stage is yours. Ooh, that's our soldier sparkler stone for a collection. Well, that explains your giant joy smiles. Moby's happy for your happiness. Moby's also jealous of the merchant all the jingly shine must have made. That should be enough. Perhaps one last act to drive it home. The cheery Palu. See that cheerful Palu, tell him the tale, and when we'll be done with this part of the charade. What do I make of this? He's unsure the message trying to convey. I did cheer by mistake. Passing peddler, the very gemstone he sought for your collection. That is a stroke of luck. I wager the merchant was just as pleased to fill his pockets with their grateful coin, eh? Well, I'm inspired to earn some pell of my own. Who knows, maybe Fortuna will find me, even as it found you. Different. I imagine different Palus have different ideal pedals. Ideal stuff to pedal. Oh. Ah. Looks like I got a natural 20 on that perception check. And lucky for him, I'm most valued customer. The profit of that single purchase is enough to see me through a week of idle leisure. Traveling with a fat person who sells swords tempting fate, so I shall make to Earthshire my last stop and then return. They see the rats come for a nibble. Indeed. As soon as I start swinging my scythe, they'll be sorry. You played your part to perfection, a man of many talents, just as you're getting here on Jeep. Now let us lure walk out and spring our trap. He wishes to execute the final stage as planned. Let's execute the final stage. I'll set out towards Earthshire alone and unarmed. Better sell the active defenseless merchant. Assuming he's in watching, he'll likely wait for a quiet stretch of road before accosting me. I'll be relying on you to follow closely behind, remaining hidden until the time comes spring. Just remember, we need them alive. Right, we need him alive so that I can make sure to do all that stuff, and then after I can make sure he dies. The caravan will be leaving anytime soon. Perhaps the Moblins might slip me a few gil to keep the nasties at the gates. Well, I wait. Oh, I forgot to talk this on Pocket Keep earlier. I don't really use these, but I'd rather, you know, keep them all. I'd rather keep them all unlocked in case I do need them for whatever reason. Sheesh, you'd almost think I was the bandit. Your business has been good with you, Master Merchant. How about you share some of those profits? By some I mean every coin you have. Excuse me, hope you don't mind me cutting in. Hit the gemstone collector? Oh, I know what this is. I've been tricked. Spit in your eyes, men. Kill these withdrawal. We don't need these people alive, right? Slippery vermin. We'll have to interrogate his underlings instead. If you'd be so kind, Coda. Please leave them capable of speech. Alright, understood. This doesn't mean I'll keep them alive. But don't worry. You'd be surprised what you can live through. Not even gonna be able to finish mine. Oh well, I'll just finish the finisher. He's too strong. Dang, they went down so quickly I actually had to hold back. How about that? Oh well, at least I got to use Enshroud to scare the piss out of them. I was hoping to talk with your boss, but I suppose you three will do. Wait, the second promise! What do you want with us? Think I'm scared of a fancy title? I'll take your royal as a trophy as soon as I get free of these ropes. I know your gang's behind my sister's abduction. Tell me where she is. Hey, Aka shit. Salt lava, you'll get no answers from us. That's right, we don't serve you. Not play games with me. Where is Waklamot? Oh, don't worry, I've got a site that's pretty good at making people talk. Oh, they don't know, do they? Right, why would the underlings be given such information? I'm fast-losing patience. Fast-losing patience. Talk not or die, the choice is yours. We were hired to enable third promise, that's all. We don't know where they took her. Hired? By whom? We weren't told that. Only Wawakesa knows, and he's the one who took the job. I see. We need their leader after all, then. Once I've arranged for the Landsguard to take custody, I'll call for Thancred's tracking skills. In the meantime, perhaps you could pursue Wawakesa in the meantime. The bandit was running in an easterly direction. Should you locate him, I suggest you shadow him rather than force a confrontation. He might lead us to where she's being held. I guess it's possible one of the other Clamots might be behind this, but, go for Wawakesa and watch his miscreants so they can take him to Landguard's custody. I'm sure a giant nine-tailed fox running across the field won't attract attention, right? You know, the one considered mythical even in the land where it first came, where I found it. Alrighty. Survey. Time to roll perceptions. Guess I beat him so fast he didn't even have much time to flee. Alright. Perhaps I should have raised ninja in the end after all. Fallen from a distance. The objective will end in failure if you notice or fall too far behind. Aw, crap. Should your quarry begin displaying an effect shown in the picture, you'll be discovered when he turns around. The objective will also end in failure if you follow too closely. Keep your quarry in sight, but avoid stepping in the detection circle. Should you fail, you try again by return to this location. Can't believe I didn't see it. I knew that man looked familiar. This job is more trouble than it's worth. What was that? Who's there? Oops. Well, at least that's a good way to show why these aren't exactly very popular. Basically, that's the only quest that you can accidentally end up having to restart the whole thing. With the escort quest, you at least control the pace in which you progress. And when they're escorting you like I was a moment ago, it's still usually not too bad because, well, every job has a way to keep up. Little does he realize. I guess when I was getting that close to him, the circle appeared to warn you, yeah, you're careful, you're too close. Wait, we have to remember he stops right here. What was that? Might be easier to go behind the rocks. He turns around this time, unless that tree there also works. The tree might be better, actually. Yeah, I knew he was gonna stop and look around here. This was meant to be easy. What was that? I'm behind the rock this time, so he didn't see me. I have to be careful. I don't know how far away is too far away, but it looks like I have some reasonable... Yeah, these trees are too skinny. I'm not gonna make it. Huh? There we are. I knew my warp would be a huge asset here. Ah, damn my nerves. Should be safe enough now. He's about to look around. Seems to be in front of the hideout. Where's that damn Hubigo? I don't like how in the open this area is. Duty complete. In Endwalker, there was even one character who actually turned around to try and catch you from the obvious hiding spot, so it was really annoying. Ah, so it was Jakul in the end. Finally, my money, give it to me now. The Landsguard may be hunting us already. Calm yourself, we had our own troubles finding a suitable hideaway. Right. We're finished. Take your prize and leave out the rest. Such hostility. You were hurting for coin, offered you gainful employment out of the kindness of my heart. Kindness? You brought a blackened tempest upon us. One look and I could tell that man was a killer, a butcher, a salted devil in the flesh. Oh, why, thank you. Oh, spare me your spiel for bleeding. Go on, scamper away now, before that scary mercenary comes to claim your head. God, tell me to the news. You found the abductor then? What's the situation? And you think the bandits were hired by this Hubigo? Alright, new strategy. Forget Wallace and stay on the Mamulja's tail. We don't want to endanger the third promise, so keep your distance until we're certain they have her. I'll catch up to you as soon as I'm able. Oh boy, now I get to do another escort. Another mission. Shady Hubigo. Receiver's Mantle. Oh, this is a bit easier because he's not turning around as much. I'm just hearing things. I better hurry if I don't want a beating. If he suddenly stops, I'll know that he's about to look around. Oh crap, he's going around. I gotta break line of sight. Is this where we just were? One last precaution, just in case. Setting Manatee free. Oh, I see. They're gonna put the ship out to sea.
Better late than never. That
Right.
Mamulja. He's the one who kidnapped Wook Lamart.
He's the one who hired for the job, at least.
So we're still unsure. If we can follow him a bit longer, confirm his connection to the abductors. That will complicate matters.
Confound it!
And that's not a sniper rifle, so we can't get them from this range.
If I set out now, I can trail them along the riverbank.
Do it!
Even if it costs you the contest.
What worth is the throne if I lose my sister to win it?
Very well then. I'll send word when I locate her. Till then, I suggest you save your strength. A rescue attempt could turn ugly.
That Hubigo just now. I swear I've seen him with Bakul Jaja. Knowing the way that monster works, he probably hired bandits to kidnap her so he could steal her keystones. But even alone, my sister is more than a match for a gang of untrained ruffians. She must have been ambushed or deceived.
Or blackmailed.
Gah! I should have been there! If those bastards have hurt her!
I thought you were the cool-headed one.
And what exactly is that supposed to... Forgive me. Snapping at you won't get my sister back.
Probably should have told him to trust in Thancred, because we know Thancred, if anyone can track them, Thancred can. He's done impossible trackings before.
I'm afraid I've always been like this when it comes to Lamachi. The thought of her being in danger sends me into a panic. But isn't that how families should be? These days, Turali Mikote live however they please. But the clan into which I was born kept to the nomadic traditions of our ancestors. They herded their own neck across the plains, always moving with the seasons. During one such migration, my birth parents left me behind. A child. All alone. Without a single word of explanation. A chance encounter with a kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade that I might fend for myself. I became a stallkeeper in Tuliyolal's market. And that is where the Dawn servant found and adopted me. I had already been in the palace some time when Lamachi came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parent. I knew the pain of solitude and wanted to spare her that suffering. As this tiny child's new brother, I swore I would always be there for her. So, as you might now understand, I will stop at nothing to rescue her. While we await word from Thancred, I suggest we prepare ourselves to travel downriver. You have a boat, yes?
Unfortunately, he destroyed our boat so that we couldn't follow him.
Why release the Ponity if not to delay pursuit? If we were unsure of their guilt before, then this surely proves it. Before we act, however, let us regroup with your comrades. Would you mind making the call?
Understood. We'll meet you at many fires.
I've been pursuing ahead of my own progress, but I do not take that to mean I'm giving up. You understand how important she is to me. Regardless of how close we were, I would have made the same choice. After all, if I'm capable of saving my sister while also winning the throne, I'm not fit to inherit my father's mantle. Being the river. We need to gather our forces. Firstly, I might brief everyone on our current situation. Thus, at the very least, we believe this Hubigo knows where Lamati has been taken. Thancred is shadowing their bow as we speak, and I should like to join him with all haste. Unfortunately, I quarried the foresight to release your punity from its harness, leaving us without a means to give pursuits. Erenville, as an expert in wildlife, what are our chances of recapturing the beast? With the right mix of feed, it can be done. I should like an extra hand to help scatter it about, however. Will you accompany him, Coda? Meanwhile, the rest of us should work on getting the harness repaired. It appears to have been damaged when the Punadui was let loose. With all the peddlers in the camp, it should have little trouble purchasing replacement materials, and as for necessary metalwork, Arthenshire's artisans are but a short walk away. Let's divide the tasks and have at it. Dang, it's like he destroyed our ship right next to a ship repair shop with how convenient this all is. But then again, Jakul's never one for forward thinking. There was an unusually aggressive herd of wild Panuris downriver, so our girl would have fled in the opposite direction. Come, we'll try the waters upriver. Must be a quest to kill some of the Widowmakers. Those giant anteaters. Assuming our impunity has come this way, should be hiding in the depths of the marsh Ligaka. We need to lure her back with the promise of food. They eat mainly aquatic grasses and plants, but tame ones are often fed vegetable scraps. Knowing this, I had leftovers to feed I prepared. This should help the mixture stand out against the marsh's natural scents. Ligaka's crawling with predators, however, so I'll leave you to scatter the feed deeper in. I'll be waiting for you near the shallows the rest of her enticing feast. Siona your prayers. involving Siona, wandering vengeful spirit that lures your quarry deep in the forest, brutally maiming them, or just almost grant eternal rest. So it's 4 minutes and no one else fighting it. It's probably not worth my time. You scatter it along the water's edge. This pungent, pretty feed contains a mix of aquatic plants and vegetable scraps. Swamp monk. And they're really doing their best to delay us getting to the mountain giants. All set, I just finished laying out the rest of the bait. Step back the site and leave it the rest to me. Here she is. There's nothing to be afraid of. We need your help one last time. You're hungry, I wager. Come with me. Yes, yes, there's a good girl. We'll be fine here, I think. I'll give a few more treats and then head over the boat. Come on, no, we have our opportunity back. What am I doing? Oh, I thought maybe some players were doing that, but no, just standing there. It's probably a protection bait mission, so that's gonna be a bit of a... Aaronville's opponent in hand? Good. I expect nothing less from a certified gleamer. As the harness, we're able to purchase the parts we need, and the Lavera twins are over Earthshire right now, having the pot sworn make repairs. Told it shouldn't take long. Should be ready to embark as soon as we hear from Thancred. Sibling rescue. Thancred must know something by now. Oh, you found her. Understood. Thank you. I had to but invoke his name. Thancred followed Hobogo's boat to its destination, confirmed they're indeed holding my sister captive. They, of course, being Bakul and his minions. I swear that I'll make them regret this. I'm not using the Rich Leaf tunnels. The moment the harness is repaired, we strap it on and head back over. Oh, something fell?
Thancred.
The third promise is up ahead. She's unharmed, but we best not dally.
I spit on these pathetic feats. Far more satisfying to claim the baubles by force.
Oh, I was thinking he'd wait until we had all of them.
Give it back! Fulgenton poured his everything into that stone. You've no right to touch it.
Oh, was that the name of your artisan? How could you allow something so precious to be stolen?
Oh, I thought he'd wait until near the end and to take all of them at once and then proceed, because if he keeps doing that as we... Well, who am I saying? He does know it forward... Despite having a side that's supposedly brilliant, yeah, despite his mystic side supposedly having great brains, he doesn't have any kind of forward thinking. Otherwise, he'd know to just grab the 7 when they're done and then proceed to immediately open the gate.
You thieving cheat! You're no true claimant!
What does that make the foolish kitty who fell into my trap? If pitiful roars were all it took to claim the throne, you'd be first in line.
Now, brother. You shouldn't tease her. Look, the poor thing's on the verge of tears. Meow. Someone save me. Who did that?
His scales are as thick as his skulls.
Coward! You dare ambush me?
'Tis the blessed sibling's favorite tactic.
That useless Bune was sycophant. He was supposed to keep the lackeys running in circles.
Oh, you must tell me all about that.
Careful now. You wouldn't want to hit her hostage.
You're assuming I'll miss. Fortunately, you've given me an
That one's not to be underestimated.
They can do nothing while we have.
Impeccable timing.
Amachi! Are you alright?
Oh, that muscle might have been a bit heavy for him.
Thanks to you.
These weaklings think they can defy us? We'll slaughter the lot of them!
You've given me an excuse to finally fight. I'm thinking this...
Patience, brother. The keystone is ours. There is no need to fight this day. And Zoralja has left us hurting.
No! I won't stop until I've got these maggots and feed them their entrails!
He's giving me any reason to
If
fight.
we fall here, we fail our siblings for nothing. Is that what you want?
No, brother. Break off! We retreat!
Wait! Damn you, Bakul Jaja!
Huh.
Do we give chase?
We head back. Amachi is safe. And that is what matters.
I thought maybe this would lead into the trial fight. I was gonna try and provoke him, but I guess even he real. The dude was practically pissing his pants. He said, "Oh, don't fight that one, don't fight that one, don't fight that one." Glad to see you're unharmed, Lamati. Thanks for coming to my rescue, Kana. And all of you as well. Makul must have been desperate indeed to resort to such aggressive tactics. I shouldn't have been so careless or underestimated him and cost me a keystone. Constantine upended his life so that I could accomplish the Moblins' feat. He believed in me and my cause, and I've let him down. So, we just take back what was stolen, then. Yes, we'll do exactly that. Next time I meet that brute, I'll knock him straight on a scaly behind and take back my keystone. Speaking of vengeance, didn't Bakul curse some useless Bonewa sycophant when he caught sight of us? A reference to Sarilja, I would assume. He is devoted to our brother and is the only Bonewa I know of participating in the rite of succession. If Zurulja was somehow involved with this, I will never forgive him putting our sister in danger. He will have forfeited his right to be called brother. Yeah, but Cool's was getting help from the other one. That's a pretty big deal. Bakul Josh faced punishment, of course, but so must the bandits who had the temerity to abduct Lamati. I shall request Father to send a contingent of Landsguard to enforce the law in this region. I agree that measures need to be taken to keep travelers safe. But I don't want to push these people toward a life of banditry in the first place. If we dig deeper, we might find a way to improve things for everyone. That's true. Few choose the life of bandits simply because they want to. It's usually something they're forced into by the circumstances or whatnot. Usually. Just something to think about. For now, however, the rite continues. I thank you all for your help. We should be moving on as well. Are you feeling fit to travel, Woklama? You bet I am. Zoralja's gained a good head start. It's time we clawed back some lost ground. Was a picture of composure and rationality, except when it comes to matters of Woklamat's safety. Far be it from me to fault a brother for being protective. The Woklamat I once knew would have been inconsolable at the loss of a keystone. This journey of companionship is doing her a world of good. We need to get that keystone back from Bakul before we rob the city gold. He'll not relinquish it without a fight, however. Though they share a body, it's obvious Bakul has two minds when you see one head calming the other down. His personality is so distinct as two individuals can be. I'm so sorry this happened. From now on, I won't let my guard down around these suspicious strangers. And again, I do appreciate you coming to save me. Gonna have to do the dungeon again, but that's fine. That's precisely what I have it for. One run of it should simply be all it takes to get me a decent level up. Alright, because I changed my ring, even though my rings are not visible. suffering from some rain, it seems. This is what's cool ahead of us. Be ready for anything. Just come closer. We have something for you. Gift, courtesy of the blessed siblings. How very convenient the harness to glow, to give out the red blinkers whenever they're having trouble. See if there's a route over land. We'll try to catch up to you later. Prime community. Right after, remember I have an OG CD now. Oh, and Reaper doesn't have that many, funny enough.
You'll not escape this!
Of course, I can't get out of that without at least one, huh? Yeah, I really love how I can't accidentally overcap my enshroud meter thanks to the plentiful harvests. I know I still remember the name was plentiful harvest. Might as well just grab all of these. Drowsy's Grotto.
Hold still.
Might as well use the moon break here so I'm a single target. Alright, I'm gonna need to refresh my drink, it looks like, so I'm gonna be right back as I, I'll take a bathroom break and deal with that, so I'll be back shortly. Alrighty. Should be back here then. Okay, good. Everything's in good shape. Ooh. For something 5 hours already. Well, normally this would probably be a good time to be calling it instead of taking the break here. I need to get as far as I can because after this I won't be able to get back to this game until Thursday because I still have the multiplayer stream with those guys, with the team, and I don't want to let them down. The road beckons, friends. Let us be on the way to the Yokoi. Then it's back to the path of the mountains begin. You can remember the spot where you were tricked into walking off with Walkessa? Just gonna rub in my face like that, huh? I wonder if he's raising my hackles on purpose, though. You know, trying to keep my anger directed at him instead of myself. Either way, we can't be standing around here all day. We kind of have a lot less time to make up for. Perplexed Pelu. You know, I could probably save a bit of time by just warping over here. There's so many mounts in this game, I genuinely don't remember where some of these are even from. I mean, there's a time I could easily have told you what each mount was and what it was from, but... Well, actually, I think that's not just I think it's just the sheer amount of content the game has gotten over the years. There's always going to be something I missed. Plus, as I mentioned, I didn't get into PvP until Endwalker. I did it before, but that was entirely because it has a daily to it. And yeah, I do realize I'm now officially out of rested XP. I ate damn near all of it getting Pictoman syrup, and I'm not even doing the story with it. Funny that, but that's how it goes sometimes. Besides, I don't think I'm going to regret taking that full day just to level Picto, because let's be real here. First of all, role quests demand I have at least one caster to the level cap. And also, just because it's not, even if I decide to stick with Reaper the whole way through, even if I end up maining Reaper again, I still need to have a favorite caster in the general sense. And again, maybe I don't have to justify it. I had fun leveling Picto, and that's all that matters, right? Those bands must have been watching us the moment we stepped off the riverboat. I knew I felt eyes on us. Zorol, Jaw will not have been wasting time while we were busy tussling with Bakul. We will need to hurry. Aaronville said this path will take us there, didn't he? I couldn't leave without letting Redirect know what happened, so I stopped in Earthenshire to say a few words for leaving. And now Aaronville's nowhere to be seen. Couldn't he wait a few more moments? So much for giving him a bit of a doubt. Come on, let's catch up. I want to give that smug gleaner a piece of my mind. I'm worried Luclamont will agonize over the loss of her keystone. I was worried Luclamont would agonize over the loss of her keystone, but it seems I have nothing to be concerned about. Yeah, I was honestly kind of worried she might end up doing that too. Still, the good news is Bakul showed his hand way too early by doing that. Like I said, if he was smart, if even his smart head had forward thinking, he'd wait until we had all 7 and then take the missing ones from us. The ones he's missing from us. That way he could just rush the door and make the seal open. And of course, this is all ignoring what the leader told us, that if he doesn't consider any candidates good, he will simply not hand over the throne. Worst case scenario, Bakul tries to fight, and if that's the case, everyone else is going to stop. But of course, the bigger issue is less Bakul. We already know he's a terrible person. People. I'm not sure how to refer to him, since he's got the 2 heads and all. But I do know that the big question is, how much has Jareel been part of? Onwards and upwards, then. Time to zone in the next area. Technically speaking, if I want to stick around, I could just search for all the, what's it called? Ether currents and unlock flight in this area before moving on. I do, after all, have all the, things, but yeah, ether currents. I have no preference for Okapacha. Even the tiny XP obtained for unlocking a new area might be worth getting on my Reaper just to keep it up. Seems like those buildings up here are the village we're headed for. The Yokoi have deep connection to the legend of the Golden City. This visit will allow us to ask them directly. I've never climbed so high before. I'll tell Erenville off once I catch my breath. We have to be quite high up now. Makes me wonder how much higher the summit of Wokor's must be. Oh yeah, it's not even that high. It's not even at the peak there, yeah. Like that Simpsons where he says, the highest mountain in Springfield, Mount Murder. That's right. Well, no, it's not that one. It's that one. Oh wait, that's right. Just to the left of the one you're looking at right now. And it just keeps going up and up and up. I'm sure you've noticed, but the air goes thin at this elevation. Take it slow until your body adjusts. Deep breaths, drink plenty of water, and a few more steps will be at Warlord's Echo. Echo, echo, echo. The bloodsuckers. It's an alpaca you need. Alright, there we are. Alpaca unlocked, so I can get here with it if I ever have to. Hey there, buddy. Merchants visit us from time to time. We offer them rarities only found here, while they offer us curiosities of their own in return. Huh, this is them, huh? Thank the gods, they have an aetherite. I don't fancy the idea of trudging up that mountain trail a second time. Everything here is giant size, but that structure in the back is different scale altogether. A temple, mayhap. Chilly ass, stout stone construction. If I squint a bit, I might think it was Ishgard for a moment. I knew the path led here, but I've never set foot in this village myself. Phew, I think I'm getting used to the air up here. So this is the place for the Lay of Proof, where Papa met with the Yokoi. And that must be them. I don't think I've ever actually seen one outside a picture. As for most Turali, these giants rarely visit the lowlands. Here, in their mountain fastness, they tend to the solemn duty they pledge to undertake their pact with the Dawn Servant. To watch over the temple, watch over the Tural Vidral Villagamanda, and to maintain its position within their temple. Ah yes, Wiklamat told us about the Tural Vidral. Creatures live far longer than normal and awaken strange powers. Basically the auspices. Indeed, yet even among those anomalies, Villagamanda is unrivaled in strength. It's endured for centuries, bringing catastrophe each time it emerges from its lair. As you learn in the Lay of Ice, it was Galul who last managed to imprison the beast, and it lay dormant in the temple ever since. That looks suspiciously like an 8-player arena. It said the building still bears the gaping hole in the ceiling, from when Volungar was lured inside as a final ploy. I'd like to see the strongest. I wonder what it's like to fight it. Warlord's Echo was where both the Lay of Proof and Lay of Ice took place. This does not suggest we'll be facing 2 feats this time. That's a question we can ask the Elector once we find him, or maybe we should flush out Bakul so I can beat the keystone out of him. Identifying the Elector should be our priority. I suppose we do still have 4 keystones there, and no matter what we do, the contest will pit us against him sooner or later. Yeah, precisely. Alright, let's check out the Elector. Because there's no doubt more times he's going to be failing the quest because he refuses to do whatever it is, because he just wants to jump to the head, which means he'll have to go for one of the others again, or come at us again. I suggest we pay a visit to Ariorzar the Gracious, or so the temple's called. The Moblins told me that High Luminary Gerfurler is to be found there. If we were to ask some information, he seems like a wise choice. Alright, I need to attune to the aetherite. We don't want to have to walk all the way here again. And I already repaired, right? Yeah, I did. These guys are pretty tall, yeah. They look like the Gigas from back home. temple guards have been watching us most intently. One does not stroll freely in, it seems. We need permission to enter the temple, but I don't expect that'll be a problem with the third promise. Is it taboo to request entry to the temple, you think? It's certainly an impressive building. It doesn't seem like the sort of structure one would build to hold a troll of a draw. Boyo, what business do you have here? Let's see if I can convince the guards to let us through. I'm Wilclamot, third promise. I seek your elector for the right of succession. May I speak with Gerfalar? High Luminary has granted attendance to the Clamonts. You may enter. Huh, that was easier than expected. In we go then. Well, I appreciate that. We've had to go through a lot of annoying stuff just to get here. I was also expecting it to be a bigger surprise when we arrived. Unless, of course, their ancestors are different. Oh, gods, is that? Aye, Villagamanda. It's frozen solid. Welcome. High Luminator Furler. No. He is not here at present. I'm Luminary Zermerwer. This is the sky, and this is the sky ruin. Villagarmanda, then. It is. The Troverall whose name invoked terror since time immemorial. Even my people, once conquerors of all beneath the sun, were as brittle leaves before its tempestuous power. When the sky ruin descended upon Urkapacha 8 decades ago, the casualties were staggering. Had Galul and his companions not intervened, we would have been slaughtered to the last. Why? The titanic battle with the Vergamanda raged for 10 days and 10 nights. As their foe fought on, tired and relentless, our heroes were pushed beyond the limits of their endurance. And thus did the head of reason concoct a desperate plan. Galul tricked it into losing control of its own ice magic, causing the unwitting Tyrell to encase itself in frozen ether. Probably should have muted it before scratching my ear, but that's what happens. Yeah. It's been like that ever since. Oh, nice work, Papa. That's me, only the most professional of streamers. What happens if the ice ever melts? The same question looms large in our minds. With the magic sustaining the prison go weaker and weaker with every passing year, Villagarmanda commands powers of fire, lightning, and ice. Some believe the violence of the recent storm was a result of those energies sipping free. The Raging Tempest. That Raging Tempest from Villagarmanda? Setting future worries aside, you've come for the feat of proof, correct? High Luminary, chosen elector of the Dawn Servant, has left me with instructions for all aspiring Clamonts. You are to scour our forbidding mountains, find the awaiting Gerfalar. That is to be your challenge. Simply find him, huh? Ah, so the search itself is the feat. You've already spoken with my brothers, I take it. I have. Their expeditions are underway. Then we better pick up the pace. Well, this is 63, so 93, so a new dungeon's gonna come. Aye, but we need direction to search in first. Let's see what hints we can gather from the villagers. The Troverall sound awful like the Allspices. Are they the same thing under a different name, you think? Wouldn't surprise me. I sensed a recent expulsion of a great deal of ether from its prison. The ice will hold but for a few years more, I fear. As large as the Koi are, seeking blindly for one in the expanse of these mountains would be an exercise in futility. We need more information. I've encountered many extraordinary creatures in Eorzea and elsewhere, but long has it been since I felt an overwhelming presence, like 1,000 dagger points prickling my skin. Gods, Villagarmanda's enormous. I know Papa has had friends with him, but it's incredible he could hold his own against that thing. Should the prisoner ever fail, though, we can't expect the old guard to come running. It'll be up to us to save the day. Ooh, maple teriyaki. Juicy white meat strips and stir-fried maple glaze. Why must they make all this food sound so delicious? If you want to pass his feet, looks like we got more climbing ahead of us. Let me scratch my ear again real quick. Alright, there we go. Alright, the Feat of Proof. We've just been informed the Feat of Proof requires us to seek the High Luminary Gurlifer somewhere on these mountains. However, if earlier feats are an indication, we must assume the challenge precludes Yokoi from answering our answers in a straightforward manner. Let's start asking you to pay close attention when attempting to divine his whereabouts. Although giants may not give us a precise location, they may have clues hidden, such as a theory anyway. Let's see what we can discover. High Luminary? I've not seen him today. Let me ask you a question. That Zabral who came out of the temple earlier, was that really the third promise? She seemed rather unimposing. How is she meant to succeed, Galul? I'm not sure anyone could truly replace him, but... The Warbler. Tuliola? No, you're further away. From further away than that, I think. As the High Luminary, I can only guess where he might be. He's a warder of the Sky Room, but also keeper of sepulchres. And his duties often take him outside the village. Alright. Asking after the High Luminary as well, are you? I know not where to find him, but I do hope you find the opportunity to speak together. He's a great man with a deep reverence for our traditions. These glyphs we carve, for one, he affords them as much value as any treasure we possess. They are records of lives lived. Your arrival, too, I will etch into stone the story of our meeting that may endure untold turnings of the sun. Ah, so they aren't religious carvings, there's carvings that tell us stories of what... If you're curious of our ways, I bid you visit Proof to the northwest of here. It's one of our grave sites. Oh hey Alphino, how's it going for you? When you finish asking around, we can meet back where we started. I could look around the town to see where everyone else is. See what they think, but... They're just gonna say, don't leave this to me and move on, I'd wager. It's nice that they all have unique dialogue for each step in the story. Even if a lot of it basically amounts to... something simple. Alright, first things first, was anyone able to coax forth a definite location for the High Luminary? Yeah, it wouldn't be that easy. As expected then, what clues or hints might point us in the right direction? I heard that in addition to his usual duties, he also was charged with keeping the graves. As did I. The sepulchres appear to hold special significance in their culture. What would it be appropriate for outsiders like us to enter the burial grounds? One outright invited me to do so. proof, as in you say. He encouraged you to visit the place yourself. Let's go and take a look. Even if we don't find him there, it'll give us the chance to learn more about the Yokoi. The gravesite's somewhere northwest of here. We can leave from that side of the village to start. Shall we? Those have gone ahead to proof, following the trail west. There are sharp drops everywhere, so we're all moving at our own pace. Some of us are not built for the craggy terrain. I thought to get my bearings from up here, don't stumble. Why don't you try catching up to Aaronville? She'll be able to point you in the right direction. There's that proof way over there. Splat. Oops. Yeah, like weird crocodile things have those additional mouths on top of the... Oh, here's Alice. How it go? How goes it, Alice? Not quite. It's not quite mountain climb. These steep slopes are exhausting enough. From my understanding, some of the designs like these are basically holdovers from Final Fantasy XI. I've not played. I probably should at some point. And no, buying a subscription to one game does not give you a subscription to the other, so you could easily swap between the two. These have the look of homes rather than graves, but 'twould be long years have passed since anyone living resided here. This is the gravesite, and this is an old Shades of Grief. Jaw. That looks like something out of Morrowind. The Wind of Morrow. This looks like a meteor impacted here. Take a look at this crater. No wood, no trees, not even dried grass, and yet the ground still burns. This must be one of the scars left by Villagarmonda's rampage, as told by the saga. The sky ruins fires are described as eternal flames that can be quenched by neither stone nor time. And here I thought it was a literary embellishment. But now I've lost sight of Wuklama. Proof is northwest alongside the main roads. Hopefully she's still going that way. Sheesh. It's still smoldering after all that time. Longest smoldering I've run into was, oh, it was a long time ago, but it was one of the many forest fires I've ever, well, I've never been in a forest fire directly, but I've seen remnants of one. You could touch the stump and you could feel it's still warm, even though the fire had long since gone out, suggesting it might still be going on inside. And again, maybe that's too much information to get out. I don't like to bore people with actual, like, with personal life stuff too much. Ooh, ether current. Don't mind me just grabbing the current here. First of the area. Gravekeeper. Ah, you've come. Oh, Clement wins again. I take it you're the one we're looking for then. Looks like everyone's here now. Greetings, are you a Gerlifer? Gerlifer? No, I'm not. The High Luminary did, however, task me with providing a lesson on sepulchres for those who come in search of him. Sepulchres. Oh, so we're to find our way here after all. Are you to tell us who's buried here? No one is buried in the sense you mean. When a body has served its purpose, we co-sign the flames and scatter the ashes across the peaks. Ah, so that's how their culture handles burial. Moreover, we do not conceive of death as others do. For us, a person does not die when their heart ceases to beat, but only when they are no longer born in the hearts of all who know them. Ah, so it's kind of like the concept of two deaths. One when you physically die, and one when people forget your name. This is why we build sepulchres before age or mishap claims us, that we might etch ourselves in the living chronicle for eternity. This grave belongs to a good friend. His mortal vessel ended its journey some years ago, but he still lives on with me even now. Up here stands my own sepulchre. As long as it exists, so too will I. I will endure in the hearts of those who read my grave glyphs in the same manner my friend does in mine. Has it always been thus for your people, with this conception of existence and death? Continue along the path to the indelible passage. Behold the history upon its walls, you may find the answer to your questions. And that's what we'll do. Your traditions are fascinating, and I'd love to know more. I thank you for allowing me to share them, and in doing so, I'll remain in your hearts as well. Go now to the indelible passage. Its murals. In its murals, the history of my people laid bare. Darn, I try to go around the Minotaur-looking enemy. Sunken stars. Claws in effect. By your powers combined. Stoic Chronicler. I've been waiting for you. I've never spoken with a Yokoi before, and I had no idea they held such a philosophy on life and death. Look at these splendid murals. They appear to depict 4 different scenes. I get the feeling they were expecting us to not only be remembered, but live on the hearts of others. It's possible. Grandfather surely lives inside mine. 'Tis a comforting thought. I imagine he'll give us a close-up when we ask him, the Stoic Chronicler, about it. Hello, are you the fellow we met at Proof? A fellow at Proof suggested we come here. Yes, the High Luminary commanded I watch for your arrival. As a chronicler of our people, it's ever been my family's duty to pass the teachings of the murals from generation to generation. They really are magnificent, and together they tell the tale of your people's history. They are the events which shaped us, and I would share them with you ere you continue on your journey. Please, we would love to hear all about it. Then I shall begin. The first mural. Oh, sorry, I'm getting distracted. There's a line here. Other insect. First mural depicts a time more than 1100 years ago, an age of great prosperity for the Yokoi. Blessed with size and strength unmatched by other people, our ancestors marched forth and brought much of Yoktrol under their domination. Then, when all before them had been conquered, they turned their gaze northwards, seeking to expand their territory and power. Here we see the expedition of Zoctaral. Unable to cross the strait by ship, our forefathers set building a bridge to the northern lands, a great labor which consumed the greater part of a century. Zorgor the Boundless, we still make use of that bridge in Tuliolite for travel. Well, I can't imagine the patience and dedication it took to complete a work of that scale. But I've never heard of the Yokoi living in Zoctaral. What happened to the ones that went north? Look upon the next mural and behold the answer. The scene suggests that many giants perished all at once. What manner of enemy could have repelled their invasion? A foe unnamed and unseen. When the expedition pushed forth those 1,000 years ago, its soldiers were felled by disease. I was hit by a plague, a terrible illness. No virulent plague or newly risen blight. The local Onawata and Shintona, it was all but a mild affliction of the sort that comes with the turning of the seasons. What manifested for them as slight fevers and coughs, however, proved deadly to our people. Out of every 10 who joined the Northern Campaign, 9 succumbed. Those who survived continued to suffer, finding it difficult to sire offspring. I've heard this before. Lacking an inherited resistance, visitors to a distant land who can fall deathly ill to diseases the locals might shrug off. These events might also have given rise to the practice of cremation rather than the burial of mortal remains. The final mural depicts the return of our grieving brethren to Okapaka. The reason they first left, why they had fought so long and pushed so far, was to ensure peace for our homeland. This undertaking began in ancient times, when our forebears learned they shared the continent with peoples alike to us in appearance or custom. Unalike to us, in appearance or custom, they feared the invasion was inevitable. Rather than meekly await their fate, they decided to strike the first blow. Yet as they fought on and on, the era of peace drifted further and further away. Only after disaster in Zoctaral was their withdrawal of the mountains did they come to understand. The peace we envisioned had been ours for taking all along. It was here, in the place that birthed us. Here, the stones upon which we record our days. This tranquil life we traded for conquest and conflict. When you do nothing but fight, it can blind you to what's right before your eyes. And so we return to the present. I trust you found this brief history enlightening. Yeah, we now know why the path of war will not work here. I'm always glad to learn about my fellow Terali, how you've lived until now and how you wish to live from now on. Then I believe you are ready to proceed. The High Luminary bids you meet him on the summit of Warkor Zamar. I had a feeling we'd end up scaling the big old mountain. Well, it's a feat worthy of time. Follow the trail south and begin your ascent, but be wary. Beyond the entryway, the mountain is home to ferocious beasts, both mundane and otherwise. We'll keep that in mind. Thank you for the warning and the lesson. Finally, we know where we're going. The top of Warkor Zamar. Your genuine interest in your history is refreshing. Wakor Lardor. Injured. Morning. Their eyesight must not be great, given their size and all that. If I'd known I'd be climbing the Warkor Zamar more, I might not have raced up and down those trails. My feet are killing me. This mountaineer is gonna be the death of me. Well, how long have you been standing there? I was just taking the sceneries all. Come, we don't fall too far behind Alphino and the others. Awakened. Oh, hey, Ethan, welcome. I've just been doing a bunch of things. I guess this is gonna be the dungeon for this level. The size of the mountain... The true size of the mountain is never more apparent than when you're standing right at its foot. I fear I won't be of much use to you as a guide at this point. Even in Tuliolal, there's precious little written about the sacred peak of this mountain, beyond whimsical poetry, that is. I cast a rejuvenating spell on Woklama. Even our indomitable third promise is feeling the strain of these slopes. I hope we come across Bakul on our way to the summit. We still owe him for the troubles. Wouldn't that be nice? I would say I'm waiting for him to give me the excuse, but I think even he knows that because the moment we started ignoring his warnings and walking towards him, he started pissing himself. You remember the chronicler, the more they fought, the further away they moved from their idea of peace. It occurs to me that Zoral is attempting the feat of proof. Then he'll have heard the same lesson. I can only hope that made him consider his own stance on educating people through war. Could have just skimmed it or ignored it is what I'm concerned about. Here we go, the High Luminary Summit. I think around the night.
That is one tall mountain, and we're supposed to climb it?
Farther. Tomar. Tuliorlu.
Do not expect to walk here unchallenged. Tell me, stunted ones, do those short legs bring you all the way from Tuliolal?
He's speaking the old Yokhui tongue. The words are difficult to catch.
Though your words are crude and cumbersome, I use them for your benefit. You are a claimant in this right of succession.
That's right.
Then, if you die, Tuliola loses a potential ruler.
That's a dark thing to say, friend. I get the feeling you don't share the opinions of the other Yokhui we've met.
We do not grovel before Gulul Jaja like those shameless lapdogs. My brethren and I are conquerors, and we will restore our people to their rightful place as Tural's overlords.
The Giants have their own factions too, it seems.
You think your kin weak for showing deference to my father, but they do not follow the man. It is his peace they respect, a peace they always wanted, which they realized could be had right here.
Like a black mirror to someone you know. Yeah, the Wokel directly pointed out how the giant story is pretty much a mirror of what Jaril's hoping for. That said, it does seem like Jaril is after something beyond just scaring them straight, so to speak. There's something deeper there, but he has no idea how to show his feelings since he's always been the ultimate soldier. He's probably never really been allowed to... He's never really learned how to show what he really feels or wants.
Justifications of the craven. They turn their gaze from our ancestors, from the dream we kept alive for 1,000 years and more.
We already know that his follower is working together with Jakul, but he was also apparently granted something which he confirmed this can hurt anyone. I think I was supposed to think it might mean his sister, but I think it might actually mean himself. So yeah, I do know what you're talking about, Ethan. Ethan?
They are unworthy of bearing our legacy. I will reclaim the glory of our people.
And if you crash and fall into the dirt, what then?
And our ascension begins with the death of the third promise.
Stop! I don't want to fight you.
Then die on your knees. Opportunistic vermin seek to feast on us, do you? Get down here! Your neck will be the first I snap this day!
That's right.
The fun part about being a tank is you can take those big hits. Is that just a regular beast, or is it tank privilege indeed? Yeah, was that thing is that just a beast, or was it a familiar of the one we're supposed to be meeting?
Why do you help us?
I didn't put much thought into it. My legs were moving before I knew what was happening. I suppose I feared you'd die before we had the chance to get to know each other. Before I could learn more about you.
To what end?
Oh, that's simple. If we're to share the land, it's the best way for us to become friends. How is he?
He'll live. Not quite ready to walk under his own strength, however.
That must have been a pretty powerful hit. That's what happens if a DPS
If
takes
you
a
could
tank
stay
buster
and tend
instead.
to him, the rest of us will continue on to Woko Zorma.
Understood. Be careful up there.
This changes nothing. We will not forsake our conquest.
As you like. You want to kill me, you're welcome to try. But right now, you might want to worry about your comrade.
Ethan, you say you play tank. What
On a
job does...
mountain of that size, there are bound to be creatures even I've never heard of. I'll trust you to lead the way.
What class does Woklamot play as if you choose to be the tank instead of her? Like, does she swap to Viper or something? Because I have noticed a lot of characters, like how Vitra will be Paladin if you make him a tank, but he's a Dragoon if you make him... Yeah, but he's a Dragoon if you make him a DPS.
Then we climb. Gefurler is waiting.
Just unsure because I haven't seen her with any... She doesn't have any swords on her side or anything like that. I guess certain changes need to be made, like how Graha will spawn a sword and shield if he's playing tank, but he'll just use his staff if he's playing white mage or black mage. If nothing else, it's nice to have a trust other than Thancred, who's naturally a tank. Alright, as per usual, let's just talk to the group and see what we can bring forth here. I set out to kill Tuliola's favorite daughter this day. To be aided by her instead is unexpected. I will not harm you or yours until this debt's repaid. Well, at least he's an honorable villain. I will tend to this one's wounds. Go ahead with the others. While I didn't mind guarding Erenville on the river, I look forward to swinging a blade on the front lines this time. Graha's a good boy. Should stop trying to self-sacrifice. Yeah, it was terrifying because he had absolutely every possible death flag throughout the story. Believe me, that bird must roost somewhere on the mountain. We'll need to be wary of the skies as well. We'll be seeing you soon, Gerfler. As I said before, I'm no fighter. I'll follow from a distance and keep well out of your way. Yeah. I actually do appreciate that Alice is a red mage, because when I think I might have mentioned this in a previous stream, but there's actually not that many canonical red mage characters in the Final Fantasy series. As in, there's some characters who are similar, like all-rounders, who you could reasonably interpret as a red mage, but Alice is the only one who directly is one. A named character who is one. Oh right, I forgot to update my instant portrait. Whatever. Ooh, pretty. Lightning. Everything is lightning aspected here, it would seem. Well, those are some creepy birds. Don't confuse her for a brother. They seemed almost designed to be mistaken for one another, given how they had the exact same outfit for a good while. It was only around Stormblood they started wearing different stuff regularly. Alright. Oops, not currency. Portraits, here we are. Yeah. I have a very silly Reaper portrait. Estinian made that mistake once, I remember. Yeah, I was thinking a bit that since the story revolves around Woklamot, I'm guessing how much I like the story is going to be depend on how much I like her in the end. But I guess that's not exactly unusual. Like, how much you like Lisa is probably going to determine a lot about how much you like Stormblood, or how much you like Estinian will determine a lot about your opinion of Heavensward. Man, look at these awesome places. I love how Reaper feels, especially after the quality of life updates from Indeed. Oops, I forgot the new skill I got. I keep forgetting because it's not part of my usual rotation, but it needs to become part of my new rotation. I don't want to use Enshroud while there's only one enemy left, so I'll just do it this way.
You underestimate me.
But yeah, I was just thinking, basically every expansion has at least one major NPC who is basically the main partner for the story. Sometimes more than one. Heavensward, you could probably argue Assail was around just as often as Estinian was, for example. But again, how much you like them is going to determine a lot about your opinion of it in the end. Yeah, I just went with Estinian itself, since they're usually the main They had a lot of the main focus, and their actions drove quite a bit of the plot. Stormblood's a bit easier because Lisa was definitely the main focus there.
I'll handle the healing.
I guess Shadowbringers, you could argue, was Emmett. There was a body count on your friendly NPCs. There's been a lot of those throughout the story. That's why one of the Dark Knights, the Stormblood storyline is basically about PTSD of how many people have been lost. Perfect vessel. Right, I gotta remember to apply Death Stain, or else I lose a lot of my damage. I see you, Emma. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, looks like we got some fire spirits on top of the lightning ones, hey? Ryle has so many skills that I can't get on my Picto at the same level. It's hilarious. Record Terte. It is adorable. I wish to hug it. Must be a snow spirit, now that I've ever seen one. What is that? Must be a snow spirit, now that I've ever seen one. Travelers the mountain are delightful. Do stay in a while. Let's see. Fluffle up. Oh. Captures its own minions in ice. That means it can't attack. That. I am really screwing my rotation hard. Well, luckily the trusses won't get pissed off at me. They just happen to be here. Reaper is just so versatile. generating for Medica. Oh, Alice, hey. Ah, Alright, this side is gonna be safe, at least for a time. I don't want to activate my burst window while this mechanic is going on. Now. Burst window active. There we are. There better not be any more of those. I feel chilled to the bone. There, I got off the finisher before it ended. Nice. Reaper's just so satisfying, and the fact that I don't have to risk overcapping my Enshroud meter now really just helps smooth it over a bit more. So we've run to lightning, fire, and ice so far. Not the combo I would have guessed, that's for sure. No way I should have, because remember, that was the enemy's, that was the bird's specialties. Activate in the Shroud when these guys are still low, so I'll just do it the long way. As long as I'm not overcapping anything, I should be in good shape. There we are. Guess the debuff must have fallen off. Whoops. I am screwing up my rotation, something fierce. Hey, it's Zoraljah. You caught up. Seems I've been toying my prey. Ah, that was unintended. Whoops. You'll have to find another path. Think of it as an added test of your resourcefulness. Hey, you come back here. Whatever this is, I want it. Wow, it's sure giving me a lot of aiming gear. I guess we're going to be running into the rivals pretty regularly then. In the dungeons, I mean. Zormir Earrings of Casting. Find out if these are actually better than my current gear, because I'm highly doubting that, if I'm completely honest. My gear is the best that I could get at the end of Endwalker, so...
You now.
I just realized Alice is literally a green red mage. That's hilarious. She didn't change glass, she just heals now. I guess that makes sense. I do recall even when they were making red mage, there was a heavily discussion what to make it, because it could have reasonably been any role, depending on what direction they wanted to go. Absolutely cannot afford to forget Death's Stain. That's like 10% damage I'm giving up if I don't have it up. Here I thought Alizard ended up being a scholar or something, since she was an arcanist of some description before she became Red Mage in Stormblood. I was wondering if I missed something, but evidently not. Whee! Ah, here there, corridor. It's the giant bird that attacked the giants. Council of Morgor. Yes, he doesn't look pleased to see us. Boss is always open with the AoE. There we are. I almost didn't make it. Earthen shot. This is why I think Reaper has a lot of surprising amount of self-sustain. Not only does my arcane crest heal me if it gets broken. Yeah, not only does my shield heal me if it's hit, but Bloodbath heals me per hit, and I get a lot of hits in when I'm activating Enshroud. So I can actually stay at high health even during solo fights for the story. Picto does certainly come close though, that's for sure. Be able to be fine here as long as we're stacked here. Not an ideal position to be in, but this should finish it. There we are. Huh, that's barely even a challenge. I guess it wasn't as friendly as I thought it might be. Oopsie. I'd make an Iguana Tonight reference, but I'm not sure how many people would get the reference. Oh, I see. This guy was out of range each time I did it. How mildly annoying. Actually, it's probably on YouTube. I guess if someone's really interested, they could. Basically, it's an old SNL Saturday Night Live skit where they parodied "Eat a Chicken Tonight" ad with iguana instead. I guess it's hard to explain in words. Getting some good healing stuff, I guess, in case I ever want to bring Sage over. grab this chest while they're doing that. Probably nothing better than my current gear, right? Nope. This will last me until the level 95 dungeon, if I had to guess. Oh, hey, buddy, how's it going? Dawn's Elector, Gerfler. Ah, so he's gonna fight us to test our metal.
I am Gerfler, Elector of the Dawn Servant. Prepare to be tested.
So it's a high luminary. He's huge. If it's a fight he wants, let's give it to him.
Prove you are worthy to rule.
Said they up the difficulty. Supposedly, but with the healer's strike, I think it might be a bit trickier to do that. Feel the weight of history carved in stone.
Chronicles of it. Recount the fury of erupting beasts.
I think I know this one. I may not think the healer strikes amounted too much. People are just gonna do trusts like this to avoid the queue time problem, but I do think it's something worth. It did at least make a nice discussion going.
I will take the measure of your resolve. Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine!
Let's see what he's got for me. Ah, so we need to absorb these so that he doesn't get them. Oh dear. Here comes the ultimate.
My brethren, your thunder roars!
Here we go. Hit pretty okay hard. I should have, you know what, I should have actually used feint to try and reduce the damage he's dealing. I need to remember that I actually have a decent... DPS have surprising amounts of mitigation in this game. Or at least it's a Reaper does. You know what, let's just do this the easy way. Arm's length. Ah, he's gonna start mixing his mechanics now. There we are. Now let's use feint to mitigate a bit. arm's length is a little too late. There we go. Oh, not bad. Don't worry, I stopped short of killing. Haha. It really does feel good to see our character doing the happiness emote after beating dungeons. I don't think there was any that I don't think any in Endwalker did, and Second Wind. So it's a bit strong. It's twice as strong now. War Axe. I'm not a warrior. I think we did well considering our opponent. There's some fight popping as a pick his electors. Carved histories creating through magic. Fascinating. You'd see how many people get dropped at the win phase. Yeah, I could see why that might be a problem. That one might be a problem.
Very good, Claimant. Once more, I name myself Gur-Fulur, High Luminary to my people, and chosen Elector of the Dawn Servant.
Getting scooped up good because they don't have arm's length. You could do it without arm's length. You just have to keep in mind where you're going to be shoved off to. As long as it's not into another tornado, you should be fine.
You are much bigger than the others in the village.
All Yokui were once my equal in size, but ever since we were decimated by disease, it is rare to see a child reach our former stature.
You speak of the contagion which afflicted the
Range GPS
Shaptural
blunders into
expedition.
multitude.
The one recorded in your murals.
It is a chapter of our history that is entangled with the legend of the Golden City.
Alright, let me grab a sip of my drink now that I'm done with all that. Kind of funny I didn't die in this dungeon, but I did
I've
in
heard
the
that
easier
legend
one from
originated with
91.
the Yokui. Is this true?
With the visions our ancestors had, to be precise. Preceding the campaign into Shaktural, many were visited by dreams of glittering splendor.
We still don't know if the Golden City's title is symbolic, that it's a city that just happens to have great wealth, or literal, and that it's actually made of gold. Well, it's probably not literal, or else it would be easy to see. So I guess we'll have to find out. The Umphalos, after all, was thought to be mythical until we found it.
They described a paradise that knew neither war nor famine, where people lived lives of eternal happiness.
Yeah, the more and more people talk this up, the more I'm thinking there's something to this, because if this was truly a utopian area, well, I guess when they say no one who goes there ever returns, it doesn't necessarily mean they die. It could mean that they simply never wish to return. But if so, that means they're giving up an awful lot. Not just, you know, fame and fortune upon returning, saying, hey, I found the Golden City, guys. It's also any friends and family they might have had. Could, of course, be something worse either.
A single dreamer might have been dismissed, but when dozens, if not hundreds, spoke the same, the luminaries became convinced it was divine revelation.
Yeah, that's way too many to be a coincidence, so there is something to it, but the question is why and for what purpose?
Then the expedition.
Its purpose was to find the City of Gold. Yes. Help was marshaled from all the territories under our control. Lands were scoured on a massive scale.
I just realized you can see the reflection of our party and the ground in his eyes. Wow, they really didn't skimp on the graphical update, huh?
Ah, little wonder the legend is so similar across Tural. Those involved with the search would have passed the stories down to their children.
He's exhausted.
Another claimant, I see. I will test your worth, as I have tested those who came before you.
A healing potion.
Here and now, I think he means.
Well, we best let them get to it. They do in fact have a coherent party, tank, healer, and DPS. Ours is a bit of an advantage for being at 2 DPS, but shouldn't be too big of a deal.
Well fought, second promise. For you and your sister's success in performing the feat of proof. You both shall be rewarded.
That's, well, 4 in total. We're missing our one of them, but that's fine. We can get it back at any time. After all, this this contest is very clearly designed in a way to force them into fighting each other at the end.
How glorious it would have been to race thee and thine to the summit. Though mayhap not whilst being hounded by Bakul Jaja and his minions.
Again, that swine shows his disdain for the right.
Strangely, despite his eagerness to antagonize us, he withdrew as soon as we fought back in earnest. I cannot fathom what he was trying to achieve.
Can't just beat a Delaya, so...
On a similar note, I'm also curious as to why you chose the peak of Warkor Zormor for the conclusion of this feat. The earlier stages saw us learn the history of the Yokui. Does this location also hold some special meaning for your people?
Yes. It is a place of great significance.
All these monuments. Is this a burial ground?
Every high luminary before me is enshrined in this earth. Alongside them are the heroes who bravely stood their ground when Valley Armanda brought ruin to Urkopacha 8 decades past.
That explains why there are so many.
Zorolja, I should have known you'd arrive here first.
Ah! Third promise. How relieved I am to find you in good health.
How did he know?
Zorolja, you bastard! I should end you here and now!
Remember where you are. You will mind your conduct, or you will leave.
Right. Sorry.
And now's not the time for vengeance.
I see no reason to delay further. Show me my father's sepulchre.
Right, he said all the heroes got a memorial.
Papa has a grave?
Right, these graves aren't for where the bodies are, it's just to remember people. So, theoretically, it's not necessarily required that they no longer be living to have one.
Upon this monument are inscribed the names of those who sealed away the monstrous Valigarmanda, your fathers included.
Gulul Jaja, Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace.
Look at this one. Kettenram, Navigator of Uncharted Oceans.
I thought Kenterim was primarily a backstory lore character, and while it's still technically the case, it seems they're a bit more relevant here than we had expected.
The Laminsan explorer. Does this mean he joined Gulul Jaja on his travels?
Kafkiwa, Seeker of the Unknown. How strange to see your name here.
It was unheard of to build living sepulchres for those who were not Yokui. But their great deed demanded recognition.
Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace? Papa really did some amazing things.
He carved his path with martial skill.
Yet it was clever thinking which allowed him to trap Valigarmanda within its own ice magics.
Martial skill and clever thinking.
He also had allies, don't you forget.
I can't compete with Zorolja's mastery of the Head of Resolve's techniques. And when it comes to knowledge, Kona's the one who most takes after the Head of Reason. Is there anything that I've gotten from Papa? Something I do better than the others?
Do I get the option to say something? And what else defines your father aside from strength and knowledge?
What else defines him? Oh, of course. Papa's love for peace, for his people. That is what he's given me. And I'm fighting to preserve the peaceful Tural he built.
What was
What
that?
in the hells was that?
I should have known. Yeah, I can tell my character going, oh, I know what this means.
You must return to Warlar's Echo immediately. Valigarmanda has broken free.
Yeah, I knew it.
I presume that was about the unholy sound?
Yeah, Valigarmanda got out.
Valigarmanda is free?
We need to get back there, now!
Yeah, this might require everyone working together.
How fortuitous. We have been gifted an opportunity to outpace our rivals.
Wait, what am I doing? I knew we were getting due for a trial fight. Good, you're back. There's much I would explain. By the time I arrived to investigate the sudden surge in ether, there are already fallen giants everywhere. Right now, everyone's preoccupied with treating the wounded. Pray catch your breath and... where you can. Lend a hand where you can. You may now enter with a party of NPC avatars. We'll enlist your aid in checking on the injured. If you're ready, there are many injured who need aid. Should you find anyone passed out, I ask you alert me to them. Otherwise, I shall be tending to whoever requires the most urgent healing. We gather here once we've seen the people's hurts. Unfortunately, I'm not a healer, so I can only do so much. Although it's surprising how much self-healing. It may be selfish, but... yeah, Bloodbath while in Enshroud heals a ton. I just upgraded Second Wind to heal me a lot, give another burst heal, and of course Arcane Crest has a relatively low cooldown for the amount of healing, for the healing over time effect it grants me. Reapers have a decent, surprising amount of survivability. I really like it. You, third promise of protector. Everything was bathed in bright red. A searing heat enveloped my body. I couldn't move. Did Jakul release it? Well, once we heal everyone else here, we should be able to, get it going. We should be able to fight it. Hopefully, being sealed away for so long has weakened it enough we can actually kill it now, as opposed to just waiting for the next generation to kill it when it seal it again after it frees itself again. My wound's nothing serious, but this dryness. It's as if all moisture has left my body. Yeah, when one commands water and ice, that technically applies to the water in the body as well. And what is most carbon-based life forms living bodies made out of? Everything burns. The touch of cloth is agony, yet I will live. Leave me. There are others in more dire need of help. Oh, Uriange's here. Though Vilgarmada's escape is of dire concern, which needs tend to those caught in the conflagration. Many of the villagers sustained burns, but the fire found no purchase in these stone buildings. A small mercy. Uriange says the fire ether pervades the entire village. What happened here? I've done all I can do for now. The injured you found were awake and alert then. Yeah, looks like they're in good shape. Oh, that as well. We've left the injured as comfortable as we could. Many were suffering burns to a greater or lesser degree. Did a fire sweep through the village? The details are unclear. Once I'd heard a giant attack by a giant mountain bird. The group's leader, Vorpalor, I believe they called him, bade me depart. It was then I felt an intense wave of ether return to the warless echo estate. I rushed over the first giant I saw, though delirious in pain, he repeated the same warning. Valagarmanda has broken free. Thus did I contact with all haste. Oh, gonna need more information for that before we can deal with the situation. Yes, we speak with the temple guard and see what's become of the prison. Sky Ruins prison. We've dealt with Auspices before, so we should be able to handle this one. I would be glad to learn this was all some misunderstanding, a futile hope by the looks of things. They did say the prison was beginning to fail, but I felt certain it would last another few years, at least. Was I mistaken? Oh, I wish it was just you mistaken, but I get the sense that's not the case here. We need to find out exactly what's going on. The High Luminary would have returned by now. Hopefully he's found more than we have. Whatever answer shall exist will await us inside the temple. The High Luminary's guards Grants you entry and awaits you within. Oh, well that's good. We can expedite this process.
What happened?
Oh, yeah, it's completely empty here. We knew the seal was weakening.
So it's true. The ice has failed.
Guess it was weaker than we thought.
Surmurwar, tell them what you told me.
A short while ago, a claimant paid us a visit.
Alright, we still have the echo power.
Who enters this hollowed hall? Ah, a claimant.
Oh, and here we have the mighty Valigarmanda.
A terrifying Vitral. With every awakening, it has seared its ruinous name into the memories of a new generation.
What a good little terror. You've stayed napping right up until the day I needed you.
Explain yourself.
It is as they say. Gulul Jaja caused its magic to run rampant, trapping it in a frozen prison of its own creation. Clever. To unmake it, it would be quite tricky. 2 spells must be cast at the exact same moment. A conflagration intense enough to melt the ice, and awakening flame to rekindle the slumbering Vitral's soul. The only ones capable of such harmonious execution would be the heads of reason and resolve. And the blessed siblings, Bakul Jaja.
You mustn't!
But I already have. Rise and rage, little terror.
Is he just hoping that'll take out the other commands for him? Is he hoping that'll just buy them some time? Seems like a pointless endeavor. That Jakul tanked that fire attack raw. He didn't use a barrier like the giant did.
I might have overdone the fire a bit.
Utter madness. Why have you done this?
For the throne, of course.
You unleash calamity for your own gain? Have you any idea how many may die?
Wreak havoc, Valigarmanda. Live up to your legend.
Did he free it just in hopes he could kill it later, or just so he'd look better? Weird. Hey, you weren't napping through that story, were you?
A messenger to Tuli Yolol has been dispatched. The Landsguard will send a contingent, I am sure. But There is no telling when they will arrive.
Idiot! This monstrous act is a step too far, even for him!
So, what's the plan?
If we leave the withdrawal to others, it will be a massacre. Some might call it the wiser choice, if I don't want to fall behind the competition. But I could never live with myself. And my supporters deserve a better ruler. So that's that. I will stay and fight Valiarmanda. This is an enemy so powerful that even my father failed to slay it. Alone, I don't stand a chance. I understand you've no obligation to aid me outside the right of succession. But for the sake of Urkopacha and its people, I beg you, join me in this battle.
As if you had to ask.
Far be it from us to abandon a dear comrade in her time of need.
Dear comrades now, eh? I have to say, it does have a comforting ring to it. Knowing someone has your back makes it easier to do what you have to do.
And what will we do?
One committed to winning the contest above all else would race on ahead.
If you're resolved to slay Valikarmanta, we'll need to find out where the beast went.
That's what we have you for, old friend.
Inform the Bello of the danger. They may need to flee to lower ground.
Two casters releasing spells of fire at the exact same moment, a feat impossible for all but the two-headed Mamulja. That fiend, he's rotten through and through. There's nothing blessed about him. Just the Clement to claim it reckless enough to free the Skyru and become Dawn Servant. What happened to Leolal? When I said I would take the dues of guide, that did not include the tracking of an ancient terrible Tural Vidral. Still, we can't leave Elgamanda free to ravage the land. So, Aaronville, any ideas how to track it? The tried and true method of comparing sightings with other signs of passage is the most reliable, but most is also time-consuming. There's also a second option. Not as reliable, but it'll let us ascertain the whereabouts far more quickly. Through a Tural Vidral of extraordinary nature, it's still a creature of this world. Like you and me, it is thus sustained by corporal energy and possesses unique ethereal balance, which means this device should come in handy. Pointer finger? A floating hand, and now's not the time to be playing with toys. This is no toy, it's an ether seeker. As the name suggests, gleaners use it to detect the ether of living things. And you've had that in their back the whole time. I can calibrate it to follow a specific ethereal aspect. The problem with Villargamanda is they can shift freely between elements of fire, ice, and lightning. Well, we know that in order to awaken Villargamanda, Bakul Jaja cast spells which quickened its fire aspected ether, and the residents were uniformly affected by burns. Therefore, the logical conclusion is, upon breaking free, it unleashed a great fiery blast. The choice is plain then, fire. The Seeker, however, is not without its faults, and as we are not able to input our quarry's unique ethereal signature, the device will respond to any living source of fire aspected ether. So we have the reliable yet slow method of information gathering versus potentially swift but easily misled gleaner tool. I say why not pursue both at the same time? Good idea. Well, the first to fall back if the second fails. You travel with me, Coda, in case the Seeker leads me to some other fiery fiend. Sure, I'll just slice up with my scythe. The rest of us can stay behind and talk to the eyewitness. The more Skyruin sightings we compare, the more accurate our information will be. And if no one has any objections, I shall remain here in the village and tend to... Very few are seriously injured, but I'm wary of the wounds inflicted by a creature like Villargamanda. I should like to be close at hand should their condition suddenly worsen. Right, sounds as if we all have work to do. We should be on our way as well. Please specify a desired ethereal aspect. Aaronville's ready to send his ether-seeking device in pursuit of Villargamanda. We'll head to the outskirts of the village first, then set the secret detect fire aspect. Oh, that person already unlocked flight here. Well, technically speaking, as soon as you get the one from the main story of the area, you could do it. Like, if I really want, I could go back to Kazumoka and unlock flight there before moving on. I have the one from the main story there, after all. Sensors are set to detect ethereal aspect. Fire. Right, the Seeker's ready to go. Warlord's echo is still suffused with the Sky Ruin's residual ether, so I've excluded it from the search area to prevent it from swamping the sensors. Let's begin tracking then, shall we? Once you choose, we'll begin leading you onward. Follow it to destination. If you leave... Affirmative, tracking nearest source of fire aspect of ether. Don't look at me, the Seeker's pointing that way. Fire aspected ether detected. I just had to see if he had any special dialogue. That is a fire sprite. Beep, source of fire, tracking disengaged. Not quite the legendary creature we were after. Would you mind dealing with the fire sprite? I will continue it will continue to confuse the speaker if we leave it be. Seeker if we leave it be. Unnecessary measure, I'm afraid. Let's try this again. Affirmative, tracking nearest source of fire aspect of ether. Fire aspected ether detected. Oh, a lava golem. Beep, source tracking, disengaged. Well, it's a little more fiery than the sprite, at least. Frightening enough, but not what we're looking for. If it would be so kind. Many thanks. I'd ask if it gave you any trouble, but considering who I'm talking to, Seeker, resume tracking. Affirmative, resuming tracking. Source of fire located. Disengaged. Another remnant of Villagramanda's last rampage. The crater's flames registered the Seeker's corporal ether. In the words of the Tuliolo saga, when Villagamanda rages out of control, its fire burns forever, its ice does not thaw, and its lightning cackles without cease. Thus, there was the Dawn Servant able to turn perpetual magic against itself, trapping it within an unmelting prison of ice. But as we saw, it can in fact be melted, even if we had done nothing, so it can't be as nearly unstoppable as the legends say. This is no mundane fire, but some kind of everlasting sorcery. Once again, it's a strange feeling to see fanciful poetry proven true. The important thing is the fire is classified as living ether. We can feed a sample and greatly improve its accuracy. One moment. Sample analyzed, recalibrating sensors. There. Now the Seeker should ignore any ethereal signature except for Villagramanda's. Had I realized this was possible, you needn't have fought those creatures at all. My apologies, seems I have much to learn on this journey, as a gleaner and as a guide. Arenville's ready to resume tracking. This time, the Sky Seeker should be attracted solely to Villagramanda's ether. Resume tracking based on my latest sample. Affirmative, resuming tracking. Sample ethereal signature detected, engaging accelerated pursuit mode. Might as well grab this area. Discovered a new location. Molten Phobad. The Soulless. New location discovered. So long, suckers. Bloodsucker. Numbers are not thick, they're bound to leave a trail of magnet corpses. With their signature deck engage. Good, the secret is drawn by the Sky Ruin's fire. Now we know to set the correct parameters. We'll try increasing the threshold. That should direct us to the patrol itself. Recalibrating, reducing, tracking. Indelible passage of time. I think we'd notice if Elgamon was inside the passage. Let's head to the other side. Yeah, I must have flown over the passage. Here we are.
The trail ends here, it seems. Could Valigarmanda have shifted its elemental aspect? It does have 3 to choose from, after all. In any case, I'm almost certain the Vitral was headed in the direction of Warkor Lardor. We should let the others know we have a likely location.
Alphino is assisting the Yokhui with their evacuation. He thought they could use a healing hand with the injured.
So where is Valigarmanda?
Warkor Lardor. Its stratified layers contain a wealth of crystals, said to be the source of its many-colored glow. After 80 years of imprisonment, the Vitral will be in dire need of sustenance. It would have been drawn to the mountain's energies.
Right.
So Valigarmanda seeks to replenish its ether.
Then we'd better not give it the chance.
Stop!
That mountain is sacred ground. I forbid you to set foot on it.
Sorry, It is not our intention to trespass. But you must understand, that's where Valigarmanda has gone. If we don't slay it now, it will slaughter countless innocents. Just like in the old days, I beg you, permit us to enter.
Out of the question. Your band is incapable of defeating Valigarmanda. Either you seek to defile Warkor Lardor, or you are fools.
If you doubt their chances, how would you feel were we to join them? The monument to Valigarmanda's defeat bears the names of 7 heroes. With our forces combined, we also number 7.
Seven weaklings are no less doomed than 4.
Zoralcha, you've come to help as well.
Against my sound advice. While the rest of you were tussling with this sky ruin, we might have secured an insurmountable lead.
A minor delay. It will not change the contest's outcome. I would take the measure of this Tural Vidral my father was unable to kill.
With both my brothers here, this battle is all but won.
Your celebration is premature. I never said I would let you pass.
Brother, no! We do not bear arms against our own people!
What an odd thing to say. As I recall, the inhabitants of Chir Wagur Sultan do not consider themselves members of the Tuliyolal nation. I'd hardly call them our own people.
What does that matter? Members or not, everyone in Tural is part of our dream for peace. If you would hurt them, then you'll have to go through me.
She saved me from the mountain bird. Now, then, the same eyes. Eyes of stone. Words of stone.
We are still in her debt. This is true. Consider the debt repaid. But do not misunderstand. We do not submit to Tuliolan rule.
Aye, you've made your point. We can talk more once the contest is over.
I ask your name.
Wuklamat, protector of peace, and soon-to-be Dawn servant.
Even people with wildly different ideals can find understanding through earnest discussion. I believe that, wholeheartedly.
It certainly helps they all have a foe to unite against, as well as, you know, proving by saving one of the minions earlier, she effectively proved herself to him. So it's not just discussion, it's also actions, I'd say.
As do I. I won't give up until we reach a compromise.
It won't be easy, but I guess she can worry about that later. For now, we have to get rid of this thing.
Assuming you survive, my old bones and I will be waiting here for the true heir's return.
Your thoughts have always been a mystery to me, brother. But I'm relieved to see you put aside the contest for the sake of the greater good.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built. The more that are lost or broken, the weaker Tuliyolal becomes. Even the crudest rock has value as a stepping stone.
Come on, you two. Forget about the right of succession for now, and help me fight this overgrown snake bird. I don't care how strong the Sky Ruin may be. We're going to put this menace down for good.
Wouldn't be the first supposedly immortal monster I put down. The door. During the quest and during duty system, you have the opportunity to undertake this as the part of NPCs. Some of those roles will differ from what you're normally able to select. I guess to explain why we have green red mage. Rogamata will demand our undivided attention. Let's hope Zoralja has nothing sinister planned. I've never faced anything this powerful before, but I swear I won't hold you back. Given you seem to have the level 100 skills for Pictomancer, I think you'll be fine. I knew Koana wouldn't be one to rush off and let others deal with creatures like Villargamanda. Even my papa may not have been able to slay, but with the Dawn's promise and our allies, I believe we can do just that. You and yours have journeyed the edge of existence and back. I'm sure defeating the overgrown snake was well within your capabilities, and I bid you still be cautious all the same. It hath been some time since I joined thee in battle. Indeed, so full of our days in the shores, it does seem like a lifetime has passed. What's on your mind, brother? The future Dawn servant should ignore my counsel and indulge in a whim is vexing. We needn't speak. Alright, here we are. Innovated. Viper. Ah, Zoralja is a Viper. That makes sense, actually. We'll have to say, this is sadly... Remember how earlier I said that whenever you go on YouTube, the recommended videos are always going to give you a blatant spoiler? This was indeed one of them. The Villargamanda fight and big screenshot. The good news, at the very least, is that the moment this was mentioned at the start of the story, it's very clear it was going to be a trial fight, because there's no way in hell they'd hype up a supposedly unkillable monster and then not have us fight it at any point. So, luckily the tropes kept it from being too major of a problem. I have no idea these mechanics, so let's see how badly I suffer. Right. Corlador. It's trying to gather its energy back. Turobadrol Villargamanda. There's no question it's been in a significantly more weakened state than before, so this is our best chance to kill it. Alright, here we are. We're gonna use some good stuff here. Or at least good stuff from last expansion. Tempestuous winds surround it. Sometimes I miss the mechanics, it looks like. Willful. Staying the most damage it would normally result. Okay, so basically I get an extra chance to live if I die. So basically I get a bit of leeway if I die. You won't catch me missing breaks twice. Blinding energies. Right off the beat. Oh crap. Trauma. Suffering injuries. I have no idea what that is. Powerful magic's phantom veil your surroundings. Oh crap, this is an ice arena now. Oh, this is not good. The ground, it's changed. Tumbling avalanche appears in the southeast. Freezing up. Yeah, I was pretty sure I had to keep that active. Summons arcane circle twice. Disaster zone, oh dear. Lightning. I can feel the crackling in the air.
Out of my way!
Thunderous breath.
I have you now.
All that I have and more I bring to bear!
Hail of feathers.
Try this!
My turn.
Disaster zone. Alright, so the tank's headed into the tank. Oh, I see. We have to get him to blast his own thing. Okay, good. He lost his power. He lost his power up. Slowly consuming, causing damage, increasing damage taken. Effect will not expire until Bogamanda is defeated.
heaven of brilliance!
The stars shall grant thee so.
Okay, good. I managed to figure that out. Limit Break 3, the end. Oh crap, I lost the Immortal Sacrifice and thus the free use of my super mode. Silly me. Oopsie. Oh well. We've won, so it's over. We did it! We achieved the impossible and slayed the immortal bird monster. I expected more. We would fall well without hesitation. We won! We won! Small wonder they called it the Sky Ruin. Twas an ordeal indeed. I've been curious to see Zoralja in action. Well, that was grueling. As my limit break said, it was indeed the end.
We slew Valiarmanda. A feat that even the great Gulul Chacha couldn't manage. For you, Papa!
There's no denying it was an impressive achievement, but I wouldn't be so quick to claim we've outdone Father.
Right, technically speaking, it was weakened in the state.
The Fidral was weakened by decades of imprisonment. Had we faced it in its prime, we wouldn't have fared a fraction as well.
Still, it's one problem we don't have to worry about anymore.
How can you say that? 80 years couldn't have made that much of a difference. Could it? Oh, who am I kidding? Papa's still the best.
Hey, you still fought well and we have one less problem to deal with. I'd say we came out on top in the end.
I did, didn't I? Even if it wasn't at full strength, we defeated a living legend. I swear, I'll surpass the old man one day.
The Sky Ruin lies dead, and still, I've yet to prove myself the miracle.
I suppose we should head back and join Erenville.
We did leave him with only Sarelja for company.
It is fortunate we vanquished that winged calamity ere it would inflict greater suffering upon these lands. Witnessing Zorjal in battle, I can understand why he's considered the greatest warrior. Kalana did well. Our promise has promised too, you think? Didn't I tell you? I'll put him on a winged battle now. I'm so giddy from the victory. The matter of outdoing our father aside, this is the best outcome we could have hoped for. Never again will our people need to fear the looming shadow of the sky ruin. Your proud expressions bespeak a successful hunt. Not that I'm surprised in the least. Zoralja came back earlier, but he left almost immediately with Cyrodiil in tow. He seemed disinclined to share any victory celebrations. That's nothing unusual for Zoralja. No, it's Bakul that concerns me. He's probably far ahead now, making most of the mayhem he caused. I still can't believe he did something so evil just to slow us down. If we hadn't slain Zoralja, it wasn't only Urkapaka at risk, there could have been deaths across the entire continent. I'm more concerned than ever that Bakul cannot be allowed to rule. I have to catch him and take back my keystone. Spending time alone with Cyrodiil was akin to torture. Despite my obvious disinterest, he spewed a constant stream of mean-spirited bile. Honestly, I might have preferred facing fire and ruin with you on the battlefield. The Feat of Ice. Thanker recommended sharing news of victory. Yokoi must still be anxious, wondering where and when the Velgamond will strike next. I suggest we hurry back and allay their fears. Well, Alphino as well, I should think. Yes, you're right. We shouldn't let them worry another moment. Actually, it might be faster to just warp on over. This is a very beautiful area, I will say. And I didn't actually die. Isn't that wonderful? I actually managed to get it done right. Well, actually, no. I've been on a roll. It's only the first dungeon that threw me off. Amidst the chaos of the Sky Ruins Awakening, I'd forgotten we still have the Feat of Ice to complete. While we were contending that screeching menace, I expected Bakul was off to the next feat. I see Master Alphino hath made good use of the time to further tend the wounded. Welcome back, and not for a moment did I doubt you'd return safe and sound. Scaling a massive mountain, fighting an Elector, battle against legendary monstrosity. Yes, you could say I'm a little tired. I thought the villagers would be in hiding. Alphino's confidence must have reassured them. I expected to be asked to track many things during the course of our journey, but Velgamond was not among them. Before we do anything else, we should talk to Gerlafurler.
To the temple, then.
That won't be necessary, heroes of the hour. Valigarmanda is no more. Yours is a victory worthy of song.
We had plans for a second feat to be conducted here in town. But the recklessness of your fellow claimant has rendered them pointless.
A second feat?
Right, the one of ice.
The Feat of Ice. You are to fortify Valigarmanda's prison.
So since they knew it was gonna...
How shall we proceed, High Luminary?
What more would we test, Zurmurwer? They have defeated the Sky Ruin and saved the gods know how many lives. If they are not worthy heirs to Gulul Jalja, then no one is. Now that our last claimant has arrived, we can proceed with the formalities. For the skill and bravery the three of you have shown, I award you each a second keystone.
Only 2 to go.
That makes 5. Only 2 left to collect.
And since this is one Bakul...
Except that one of those 5 is in Bakul Jaja's thieving hands. He will answer for that. And for losing Valigarmanda.
Well, the good news is this is one keystone he can never get, which means he's forced to go after one of us or do that. We already know for a fact he knows he can never go after Jerul. So he has to go after us or Koana. I guess since he knows we're probably going to be keeping the player character is going to be keeping a closer eye on Wooklamont, it's possible he might go after Koana.
You have brought lasting tranquility to our home and earned the gratitude of every Yokui. May glory and prosperity continue to bless Tuliolol as we enter this new age.
So yeah, the fact that we now have one keystone he can never have, since obviously they're never going to give him the ice keystone, or the other one maybe, means he will be forced to confront someone, and when that happens we can get our keystone back.
Was never much of a talker, our brother. If you're up for it, you should visit the capital. I'd like everyone to get to know you and your people better.
Ha! I'll consider it, if it's one of you two who claims the throne.
Then you need only await a missive from Sunperch. I'll be sending out invitations.
Today is a day for unusual visitors.
You... Wooklamont, was it not? I doubted you could slay Valigarmanda, but the quiet skies proclaim your triumph. Had the Vidral been suffered to roam free, it would have terrorized us all. Once again, we find ourselves in your debt.
You owe us nothing. We fought because we wanted to.
Yet a debt has been incurred. All the same, it will haunt me if I do not repay it.
I wouldn't even know what to ask for.
Perhaps he can tell us about the dreams of the Golden City.
Oh, good idea! That was on my list of questions I wanted to ask.
The Golden Dreams. Yes, we have records of our forebears and their visions from the time before the Shaktural expedition.
What did your forebears see?
A heavenly land, suffused with a golden glow. Its people lived as gods, never forever, dying free from hardship and conflict.
That's just too. So we keep hearing it's some sort of
Every
utopian era.
building was a palace, and in their midst reigned a silent goddess.
Oh, that's new.
A statue so tall, even my kin would need lift their gaze to behold its visage.
A statue of a goddess. That's new.
Aye, and compared to the abstract imagery we'd previously heard, this was a detailed description.
I wonder if it's Heidelin then. That would be the most obvious.
The dreamers were consumed by their visions, compelled to seek out the paradise they'd been shown. They journeyed to Shaktural, where they died in droves.
So Zaktaral is less likely where it is.
Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The tales Wook Evu shared may have been rooted in historical fact.
Perhaps. Who can know the truth of it? Once our ancestors left the forest, there were no more dreams. No dreamers.
Was it specifically targeting
The forest? What do you mean?
From the very first, the visions were set to visit only those who worked the quarries in Yaktel. But after they were ravaged by disease and saw fewer newborns, they were forced to abandon that territory.
Oh my. Was there a gas leak or something that caused people to hallucinate?
Once our people's withdrawal to Urkopacha was complete, we never again dreamed of the Golden City.
This is definitely a lot more valuable information.
So only Yokhui in that one specific area experienced the visions. Fascinating.
Well, we're headed to Yaktel next. Maybe we'll find out more when we get there. Thank you for sharing your stories with us.
I do not require gratitude. I merely repaid a debt.
Baka!
Farewell, Wook Lamat. I do not think our paths will cross again.
That was a lot to take in. But our events, we were only meant to strengthen the ice. We were only meant to strengthen the ice, but Bakuljaw's idiocy forced us to do one better. With only 2 keystones remaining, we've at last begun to get a fuller picture of the legend of the Golden City. So Yak tells what Koi had their golden dreams. We may soon have the chance to investigate that tale firsthand. A heavily laid lance fused with the golden glow. Long has it been since NH Tarn has deigned to enter Warlord's Echo, made for unusual visitors indeed. Watching Vor Porlor get caught up in Wuklamot's unstoppable wake reminds me of my younger days. I don't think him and his brethren had some change of heart about Tuliolol, but doesn't mean they'll never change. Days prove that. Right, time to track down the next elector. I think it's time we return to Tuliolol. After scaling Tulol's tallest mountain, whoops. mountain and battling a legendary beast to the death, even dauntless heroes like you could probably use a rest. And in any case, there are preparations to be made before we can visit the next destination laid out in the saga. The respite would be most welcome. I believe I hear the 4 cabins calling our names. Well, let's head back. Ah, so this is slightly better than the Ceridium gear. Right, because I forgot to augment it. Well, getting to 95 would still be ideal, since that dungeon is where it's better even when it's augmented. I'll take the opportunity to think on some things. I won't say no to clean sheets and a soft pillow. No sooner to be set back until all, then I felt the weight of recent events all set in all at once. I'm definitely due for a long map. There's still 2 feats to go. We want to face them refreshed and ready for action. Welcome back. Your cabins are waiting for you. Rest well, everyone. We can meet back here later on. I have a small errand to run the city, so I'll leave you to recover. Will you be heading to the palace, Wiclamont? Wiclamont, did you hear me? Lost in our own little world. No matter, I'll be back soon enough. The attendant's standing by to unlock your cabin. Enjoy your stay. Best way I know. He said that if he won't relinquish the throne, but does that mean he'll override the person who breaks the seal if it fails? Or does that mean that the seal can only break when he allows it, and thus he won't allow it to break? Let me grab a sip of my drink here.
I couldn't think of anything.
Why are you in my room?
So I've been stuck like this for hours, Leon. Okay, please help. I think I'm cutting off circulation.
You needed my help, right?
Uh-huh. Alrighty. It's time to go. Welcome back. You're just left it, minus a light layer of dust. Did I forget to mute the mic when I was sipping? Oh dear, if so. Feels nice to put down the scythe for a little bit. Oh, hey, Wiclamont.
You have a moment?
Sure. If there's floaty dialogue, I'm not gonna lie, I'll probably take it. Well, then I probably should. Things professional.
There's something I wanted to talk to you about.
Sure, anything.
So, It's just too stuffy in here, that's what. We should go outside. Aye, a nice walk in the fresh air. That's what we need.
Sure. Sorry to drag you away from your nice, comfortable cabin, but I can feel the walls closing in. And I'll take you to one of my favorite places. That should help me get my thoughts in order. The resplendent quarter and make our way up from there. Shiwa. Oh, hello, dear. You're one of Waklamat's new friends? Shiwa, what are you doing up and about? Is her back feeling better? Oh, it's much healed now, so don't make a fuss. Besides, I can't be lounging in bed all day when you're out fighting your hardest to win the throne. You're the claimant with the greatest love for peace. I love this nation of ours, and lending you my support is the least I can do. Notice you smile like that, how can I not be encouraged? Oh, there's plenty more who believe in your cause. I can recruit a whole battalion of smiling faces if you think it'll help. Yours alone is more than enough. Thank you, Shiwa. And thank you, Third Promise. I shall pray for your success in the contest. Ah, those smiling faces. Sorry, Coda, I'm getting distracted. It's just that with the progress we've made up until the contest, even these everyday encounters feel much more special. Do you think we could take our time, maybe wander around a bit? I think we can head that spot I was thinking of. Ooh, that's a nice vista.
This is much better. I used to come here all the time when I was little. I'd look out over the whole city, and whatever worries I had would seem so small. Do you remember what I said at the top of Warkor Zormor? That I would fight to preserve Papa's peaceful Tural? Well, I've been thinking a lot since then. About what peace really means. If it's just the absence of war. And it brought to mind all the best parts of our journey so far. I realized nothing gives me greater joy than the happiness of others. Life has its ups and downs, but the company of family and friends and the music of their laughter is what makes it worth living. And as silly as it might sound, I've come to believe that those smiling faces are the best measure of peace.
You wish for a world like in the Yokoi's dreams?
With eternal life and no struggle or conflict, it's certainly an ideal worth striving for. Who knows if we could make such a world a reality? But renouncing war and conquest seems like a good place to start. So, this is my plan. When I become Dawn Servant, I'll build on Papa's peace. Our people will live together in happiness! It's just like Kryl said. By taking the time to hear their concerns, understand their feelings, and consider how best to serve, with each passing day, I'll be that much closer to becoming the leader I want to be. It's hard for me to say how much I've changed since the contest began. But there's one thing I can say with confidence. I wouldn't have come this far without you as allies. If it wasn't for you all listening and feeling and thinking along with me, I would have never learned so much, and in so short a time.
Hear, feel, think.
There are 2 keystones left. After everything that's happened, and imagining what could happen, are you still willing to walk this path with me?
Of course.
Thank the gods for that. Well, I've nothing else to get off my chest. I need to head to the palace, but I'll see you back at the cabins.
Guess it must have been so tired I just flopped on the bed, didn't even bother going under the covers. Well, I did say this felt like the most, like the best in so far. Look to be in good spirits. I assume your leisure time was well spent. I was glad to snatch some quality sleep myself. After all, I'll be back to the road for us. Leap to Yaktel. He seems eager to review the journey so far. I'm sure those will be along shortly. I do hope everyone's rested well. Now that we've refreshed ourselves somewhat, let's consider all the claimants as they currently stand. Zoralja and Koana currently have completed every feat thus far and hold 5 Keystones apiece. Wilkamot would be equal, but for Bakul Jaja's thievery, which has left us one short. The conniving braggart didn't so much as lift a finger for the feat of proof and wreaking havoc for the feat of ice. He can't have more than 3 Keystones at most. He may think he can simply steal, but he's sorely mistaken. I'll be taking back what's mine, this I swear. I fear that reclaiming your keystone may not be enough if his unleashing of Valgarmanda is any indication. Using his lead, I anticipate he'll move on to get the remaining keystones before disrupting the rivals' attempts. We may all find ourselves being forced to take one from one another. Can't say I'm comfortable with that. But neither will I surrender the claim to the throne so easily. But for the sake of preserving the happiness, I'll do what I must. To some degree, I think this was expected. The last 2 keystones require the Lay of Our Past and Lay of Brotherhood. The former depicts the station of hostilities between Mamul John Zabral and the forests of Yaktail, specifically near the village of Ikbrax. That's where I was born, if you recall. I haven't been back there since Pop took me in when I was a baby. Where the Lay of the Brotherhood takes place, however, is unclear. In the saga, it's said to have been a foreign explorer came seeking an audience, but a little more than that. Eorzea has a similar fate. The explorer Ketenram befriended a 2-headed king known as the Autarch before commencing his travels across Tyrol. He journeyed there several times afterward, but was ultimately lost at sea. At least that's a commonly held belief. Your 2-headed king certainly sounds like Papa, so this Ketenram fellow must have come to Tuliolal. But if he indeed arrived some 80 years ago, the capital may not have been built yet, vestiges of Yokol architecture notwithstanding. Wait, you said Autarch, didn't you? Then Ketenram must have met the Dawn Servant in Mamook. Mamook, is that a city? One of the grandest in Tyrol once upon a time, and the seat of the Mamulja's homeland. It too lies in Yaktel, not far from Ikbrax either. In all things considered, Yaktel seems an obvious choice for our next destination. From here, the safest method of travel is by Dirigible. We should make for the landing once our preparations are complete. We're riding in one of Koana's balloons. They can't be any worse than ships, can they? It's level 94 quest, right? Yeah. Might be a bit short for 95, but I guess we'll see. Ready to leave when you are. Yaktel, where the Alkoi dreamt of the Golden City. For as much as I wish we could ignore him, Bakul is the real threat. We can't afford to let our guard down. How exciting. The design of the Tyrali dirigibles intrigues me. I must note how they perform compared to the Eorzean airships. Oopsie. It'll be fine. Just fine. Next flight to Yaktel will be leaving shortly. Passengers are asked to keep hands, legs, and luggage in the dirigible at all times. We sure this thing will stay in the air all the way to Yaktel? Are you ready? Bags packed and our goodbyes said. There's no going back once we lift off. Not that I'm nervous or anything. I'm just making sure you're not nervous. Right. Who am I kidding? My knees won't stop shaking. Will you hold my hand? I've just settled my nerves. Of course. The nicest person I've ever met. I'll try not to crush your hand. I don't think it's a problem even if it does. There she is, third promise. Wait just a moment. Mablu and Tolbli. Of course, of course. I'll wait as long as you need. Sorry to delay you, but we were able to discover the origin of Kral's earring. Is that so? You said that before it gained popularity, Noctral is a protective ward for travelers, correct? That's right, we tracked down the elderly merchant for whom first sales were attributed. According to him, the design imitates an accessory worn by a foreign mage he met at a market some 20 years ago. Little did he know that charming taste of salt would prove to be a commercial triumph. Foreign mage wearing an earring could only be my grandfather. Did the merchant happen to mention which market? Yoctel, to where it seems you are already bound. Well, that's convenient. What luck! I shall receive my next clue when we arrive. Is it mere coincidence that brought my grandfather there? I think it's because we're retracing the journey steps, and the grandfather joined on the journey. That's another discovery to look forward to. Thank you both for coming all this way. Anything for the third promise. Good luck with the rest of the rite. Thank you, I won't let you down. I just got aboard this dirigible. Got to board this dirigible and I'm as good as there. Last call for passengers of Yoctel. I really hope she wins. Yoctel will test her mettle, without a doubt. The next Dawn server must be willing to bear the full weight of this nation's history, no matter how heavy it may be. That means there may be something unpleasant waiting for us here. Ooh.
The fierce Chapral hunters who laid claim to this land call it the Azure Forest, Yoctel. Battered by meteors in ancient times and colored mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature, it is easy to understand why the place is so named. It is here, where the Chapral and Mamulja once battled for dominance, that the right of succession would reach its climax.
I guess airships aren't much better than the sea ships for...
Are you alright?
I've never been good with heights.
The vegetation is far denser than in Kozumautka.
I suggest you pay more attention to the ground, unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
A cenote?
Sinkholes filled with rain and groundwater. Many meteors fell here long ago, it is said, and after they struck the Earth, it became susceptible to erosion. Deep as some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble. So, don't take a tumble.
Everyone's looking at her.
It was one time.
Is the Chapral community depicted in the Lay of Repast close by?
Aye. We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right. I can't stand here with my knees knocking forever. Let's get going.
Well, that journey was delightful. The wind was fair, and the vessel hardly rocked at all. I can hardly fathom how difficult travel must have been before the second promise introduces dirigibles. Could you imagine having to walk all this way? Worry not. Carl and I will ensure our promise doesn't wind up at the bottom of one of those cenotes. Would it kill her and fail to give me the benefit of doubt, or at least the benefit of a second chance? With thicker vegetation comes reduced visibility. I advise you to keep someone in sight at all times. And they'll abandon me. Lovely. Some friends you guys are. Oh, I see. I'm supposed to exit this way. I really want to get the last two done here, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm really getting tired. I'm gonna have to just complete this quest and call it a night. But first I'll need to get that, what's it called? That, aetherite. Because being able to get back here immediately would be most ideal. Necrosis. Interesting name for a plant. For all of Erenvel's insistence, I've yet to discover anything particularly blue about this forest. Take care not to get separated. I'd hate to lose this rampant undergrowth. See, no tumbles. Thanks to Kral and Alice, but it still counts. Is that Ickbrox over there, I wonder? Good, everyone's accounted for. It's up ahead. Let's be on our way. Sheesh, we're almost done with the competition, and yet... So what's so blue about this forest? You'll see. Ha! I've fallen to High Tide Harbor enough times to be a professional diver. There's no way to fall into something like this on accident. Are all cenotes this deep, I wonder? Just so you know, I shall be very cross if you push me. Erenvel was not exaggerating about the cenotes. It would be a grueling ordeal to climb out of one. Thankfully, we made it here without incident. Let's not delay any longer. Are we ready to proceed? I'm eager to learn more about these customs. First things first. Unlock the gemstone trader. I think the fruit exchanges are a bit more valuable if you're a crafter. Yeah, the material. Village of the Hunt. Wilcomont's attention is divided between the perilously deep cenote and Ickbrox. Huh. Ready to head on in? Our first task should be finding the Elector. Hopefully our relative tardiness does not reflect poorly on us. Third promise in her retinue, I presume. You presume right. I am the Dawn Servant's Elect. Are you the Dawn Servant's Elector? Then come and join us, the Garden of the Stars, the village center. Everyone's waiting for you. Everyone? Who might that be? There's but one way to find out. Come, let's follow him. Right, I forgot to attune. That's an interesting looking device. All of them.
At last, we are graced by the presence of the third promise.
If I'd known we'd be waiting on your mangy hide, I wouldn't have bothered with a Ligarmanda in the first place.
He just openly admits it.
You self-serving piece of weaver dung! Do you have any idea how many could have been hurt?
Now that we are assembled, let us begin.
I do think it's rather telling they're just straight up ignoring his releasing of Villa Garmonda. Like, I can get ignoring, like, taking one another, since the whole point is that they're going to come into conflict, and I do get cunning as a necessary tool for leadership, but that does seem like something that might want to get him at least reprimanded.
My name is Hunmuruk. As a Brash Rash, I have the honor of serving as a lector on behalf of my people. As all 4 claimants must be present for this feat, we have eagerly awaited your arrival.
Ah, that's interesting.
Third promise. If you would please join us.
Is this gonna be a quiz show or something? Although I do find it interesting that they have one where all must be present in order to function.
Thus far, you have faced each other as rivals. The feat of repast, however, will test your cooperation. You must complete this challenge in teams of 2.
What? You expect us to work with one of these weaklings?
Be warned. Only the triumphant team will receive keystones. I advise you to cooperate with your partner. Teams will be decided by lots. Those who draw the same color will be paired accordingly.
Well, obviously we're going to be getting the two-headed guy because that's the only way that we can be disappointed.
12 forbid Wuklamat is paired with Bakul Jaja. After all he's put her through, I wouldn't blame her if she did something rash. I might even help.
I love Alice's sass. I might even help.
Claimants, please present your colors. I have red. Blue. On separate teams, then. And the rest?
Red.
Which means...
together again, as fate would have it.
Victory's as good as ours.
With our claimants thus paired, so too is their opposition.
Not the one-head.
Listen well, for the trial that awaits you is as follows. Each team is to prepare a sample of traditional Shebrol cuisine. Shibruk Bibil.
And now we must cook. Another ludicrous feat.
So it might seem, but there's bound to be deeper meaning to it.
Agreed. Given that the very future of our nation is at stake, all parts of this rite must have significance.
Our promises have grown rather promising, wouldn't you say?
Indeed. If I were to guess at the significance of the feat, few things reflect the history and development of a culture so clearly as its culinary traditions.
The variety of stewed dishes in Garlean cuisine bespeaks their agricultural roots and cold climes, true.
The peoples we've met on our journey, they've all had different practices involving food and drink. The Hanu Hanu replenished their magical energies with reeds, while the Pelu Pelu have turned their fondness of beverages into a living. So basically, to know a people's cuisine is to know something of their ways.
With each feat, we have deepened our familiarity with a given community's history and culture. Is this what Father intended for us all along? But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need. It is through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, that we will usher Tuli Yolal onto a more prosperous future. The rules are simple. The first team to prepare and partake of satisfactory Shibruk Bivir will be deemed victorious. You will be judged by your sample's taste and appearance, as well as your adherence to appropriate cooking techniques. Kitchens have been made available for your use. Note that you may be asked to retry should your dish fail to pass muster. Let the feat of repast begin.
I've never actually heard of Shibruk Bibil before. It's a lighter wonder.
First promise about cool or formidable in the field, but in the kitchen, I think the odds are actually in our favor here. Second promise will no doubt have thoughts on how best to proceed. Let's ask for his perspective. I consider myself a connoisseur of things tasty in Tirali, but this is the first I've heard of this dish. Do you suppose the first promise about cool will wear wetching aprons? Oh, I dearly hope so. Only 2 Clements received keystones. Intimidating but relevant. We will prevail. As much as I would love to defeat you in a high-stakes culinary battle, I couldn't have asked for better allies. For the pairings to be thus decided, the stars aligned for us indeed. Oh, how fortunate this feat's unique stipulations have frustrated Bakul's attempts to delay us. Serves him right. That's what he gets for endangering my people with his schemes. Why doesn't he just compete fairly? He's plenty strong, and obviously has a mind for strategy, twisted it may be. I'll never understand him. I suppose that is a way to look at it. He's wasting his talents by being Dick Dastardly, basically. Putting aside our competition for the moment, allow me to express how glad I am for this opportunity to work together, as I see our team possesses a distinct advantage. Of course we do, and in a team I'm on bound to succeed. Precisely. He decides not to even argue. You mean we have an advantage in numbers, yes? Our competition is 6. The 2 Clements, Cyril, Bakul, and his lackeys. Whereas we have a team of 9. That's 3 more people to mobilize. With the task suitably delegated, it should be a brisk affair to learn the recipe and assemble the necessary ingredients. Too easy. Well, we mustn't be overconfident, lest we make a careless mistake that could have been easily avoided. Our first order of business is determining the recipe. We can gather ingredients for we can hardly gather ingredients for a dish we know nothing about. Given the nature of this feat, asking for answers directly may prove less effective than simply observing the daily habits. Let's gather once we've seen the clues the village has to offer. It could even be a completely made-up dish for the purpose of the competition. And then for all we know is that Lamont has never heard of it before. Right, I still need to attune to the thing. Yeah, it's unattuned. Nice breeze. Attuning. And I do think that's going to be a good time to call it, because I am absolutely exhausted. As much as I'd like to continue on and do yet another feat here. But I'm sorry, I'm just too tired to keep going. I'll be able to get to this game again on Thursday, but if you just want to watch my stuff in general, I will have a multiplayer stream next time I'm up with my buddies, so that should be an interesting affair. Right, and I need to correct my, portrait. Alrighty then. Until next time, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.